Hey, hey. Howdy, party people. Okay, so we're jumping in. It's a smallish tournament, but we're on the new alpha site for Total Tavern, which is pretty cool. It's interesting. I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see how the alpha site compares to Otto's website. I do think Otto's site is just better than Total Tavern in general, but if the alpha is pretty good, then hosting between all the different sites, I think will definitely be worth it for everybody involved because it's just more outreach for the entire community. I mean, multiplayer side of things is pretty small and tight knit as it is. There's not that many people who play it in the grand scheme of things, especially considering how popular this game is. Um, so yeah, if we've got two really good sites that can host tournaments, that's going to be pretty amazing. I really want to grab some people for our rounds. I have no idea what the bracket looks like. Why can I not see the bracket? Rounds. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, cool. I can message directly from here? No way. Oh, okay. It's gonna give me a weird error message. LMFAO. Alright, no worries. We're gonna go grab a couple people for round one. I have no idea who this person is. Just jumping into my lobby, all willy-nilly. I've played this guy 30 to 50 feral hogs before. I have not seen this dude around in like fucking 50 years, damn near. Oh my god, last time I messaged him was, yeah, last time I've seen this dude around was over a year ago. Okay, this is sick. So we've got a long missing player. Alright, I'm gonna actually go join their lobby. Alright, cool. So we've got Tomb Kings, and we've got the Mean Green Fighting Machine going off against one another. This is a good matchup. It's a really good matchup. Um, Tomb Kings are generally pretty good against mortal factions that lack traditional artillery. However, the Greenskins do have a lot of pretty reliable and, I would say, like, middle of the road in terms of cost answers to a lot of the big constructs that the Tomb Kings have. Normally, what the Tomb Kings get to do against, like, the not, like, when I mean without traditional artillery, I mean factions like Grand Cathay and Empire and Dowie. They have, like, cannons and some pretty good stuff that can keep some of the more annoying constructs in check. Typically what the Tomb Kings get to do against those kinds of factions is they really get to force advances early in the match. It's very hard to hang back against Tomb Kings because of the long range options they've got. And stuff like Screaming Skull Catapults can really hammer the front lines of combined arms factions. However, the Greenskins are one of the few that have pretty cheap yet really high quality infantry options that can just bulldoze over skeletons in massive numbers. I mean, Savage Orcs, especially tend to be incredible in this matchup, because not only do they have really good stats for the cost, they've also got ITP, and Tomb Kings have a lot of terror-causing units. ITP is pretty important in this matchup. Now, there are a few things Tomb Kings do have to still lower leadership anyways, like Screaming Skull Catapults especially are pretty annoying. But they can't just spam those out, because there are actually a lot of sneaky units that the Greenskins have that they can use to remove artillery a lot better than a lot of other mortal factions. They've got nasty Skulkers, they've got Night Goblins. They can just go so wide that the Screaming Skull Catapults can't shoot everything off the field. And they've got really good mobility with the Orc Boar Boys. Orc Boar Boy Biggins are pretty incredible. Oh, what's up, Gearwick? Okay. I'm sorry for kicking you out of the lobby. I was trying to grab these two guys so we could spectate their games. We're just chilling with them in here now. They'll be kicking it off in a minute. I'm interested to see what Wellsprings on this map. I would say this is a Greenskin's favorite map because it's pretty small. The actual battlefield area is pretty constricted. Like, the back half of the maps really doesn't get played on much. And really most of the action is just concentrated along the center line of the map here. So it's pretty toe-to-toe, and Tomb Kings actually really like to be able to set up pretty far back and kind of trade with their opponents before getting up on points, usually. It's going to be a little bit difficult on this map, because if they try to hang back too much, they can just get completely swept off the points, get triple capped, and not be able to contest objectives before the game is all but over. That is a big risk with the Tomb Kings because of the bad cap weight on all their infantry. And normally stuff like Skeleton Horsemen and Nehekar Horsemen would be able to control side points pretty capably, but the Greenskins with the Orc Boar Boy Biggins are going to be a real nuisance, because Skeleton Horsemen do not match up well into those things. Orc Boar Boy Biggins have a ton of armor for their price point, and you can get quite a few of them out, and they're anti-large against pretty weak horseman units. Like, the Skelly Horsemen are not strong on their own. They really have to swarm in numbers to kind of punish. That can be kind of difficult against these guys in particular. We've got a pretty cool build. We've got Cetra and the Sphinx of Uskef, but we've got on the other side here Night Goblin War Boss and a River Troll Hag. Now, the River Troll Hag is going to need to be very careful, because Sphinx will absolutely brutalize her in melee combat. Sphinx of Uskef has magic and flaming attacks. Magic attack's not super important against the River Troll Hag, because she doesn't have any Fizz Res, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think she does, at least. Yeah, no. None of that, but regeneration is definitely going to cause some problems, because fire damage is pretty disgusting. This thing has a ton of weapon strength as is, and it's going to get 20% more weapon strength as it's smacking her around. I think the best thing you can do with the River Troll Hag, probably, advance her up into the trees? Actually, probably not into the trees. She's got very little melee defense. Sphinx would lose a lot of melee attack in the forests, but still has a huge bonus versus large of 35. It'd definitely still be able to punch her in the face. I don't know what you do. Probably sit and Spirit Leech from downtown is your best bet. There are some good abilities in the Troll Hag, though. This is like a CC Lord build here. You're going Fermented Fungi, and then you can follow that up with Mither, just to keep the units that get rampaged slowed, and much more vulnerable to getting sniped. Cetra and the Sphinx are pretty tough, but there's a lot of archers in this build. If the Goblin Wolf Riders and the Rugloods and the Goblin Archers and the Arrow Boys are able to really concentrate their fire and you get a good rampage and then a Mither off on one of these things, you can absolutely kill it in the time that both those abilities are going off. So this is going to be a very, very skill-based game, where it's really going to come down to whether the Lord Snipe and the construct control is popping for the Greenskins, I think. Everything else being even, the Tomb Kings have, like, no front line. They've got a bunch of skeleton warriors and spearmen. They've got some horse archers who will be able to poke the goblins a little bit on their wolves. They're not going to be able to do a whole lot against the foot archers, though. Foot archers usually outtrade these horse-based archers, just because there's more models, so they do better damage when they get shots off. The Orc Arrow Boys are a little shorter range than their, or about the same range, actually. In fact, the exact same range as Skeleton Horse Archers. It's a little awkward, but they should still be able to get a good volley off, as long as Welsh is maybe a little less capable on the dodges, because micro elsewhere on the field. We'll see how it plays out. I do think that the Greenskins are slightly favored here. The snares are just so nasty. All it takes is one mistake to really get punished here. And when the front lines start grinding, Cetra's going to have to move in. He has to advance up and support against the Savage Orcs, because the Savage Orcs will just pummel down all the skeletons here. Tomb Kings have a nice hold on objectives. They're getting the double cap going, maybe even a triple cap. I'm a little surprised that there's been no effort at trying to secure this outside point over here. Poking all these skeleton spearmen here isn't going to go very far. You can see that the Tomb Kings are playing a very defensive game. Very smart to just sit back, wait, not overextend. And we got a Screaming Skull Catapult coming in. Skeleton Horsemen up along the side of the map here, looking to chase back the skirms. Doing a pretty good job right now. The Goblin Wolf Riders are getting a little caught up here. Now, most of them are escaping. Ooh, but the unit stops, and they do get caught, and they could die really quickly here. They have very poor leadership, and because of the fear effect on all the skellies, losing another 8 leadership is pretty annoying and devastating. Got a nice little volley going off against the goblins here. Not really where you want to use your ammunition, if I'm being honest. Sphinx of Uskef comes in to beat up on the River Troll Hag. Need to start getting some shots off here. Get a beautiful Mither here. Spirit Leech going down as well, and the River Troll Hag actually getting saved a bit by getting tossed like that. Oh, but the Goblin Archers and Orc Arrow Boys on the flanks are not focus firing enough. Ruglets are getting a lot of damage in. That's nice, and the Ragnarok Spider comes out. It's looking to move up, and we do have the Tormentor Sword active as well. The Night Goblin War Boss doing all of the different CC effects right now. Sphinx trying to waddle away down to less than half HP. It could be dead by now. But the Archer play, not really focus firing quickly enough. Now turning the Goblins around, though. Goblins here looking to shoot. Orc Arrow Boys getting routed here, but Rugloods and the few remaining guys should be able to bring this down. Wow, just finish this thing. Sphinx of Uskef is incredibly low. It does start crumbling. A Necrotech could come in and stabilize it potentially, but keeps getting smacked around. This Night Goblin War Boss has actually been chipping away at it pretty well, too. River Troll Hag is getting beat up, but down goes the Sphinx and the Ragnarok Spider, turning attention around to Cetra now. Look at all the Archer fire coming in on our big boy, on the Sphinx here. Getting demolished by the Archers currently. Rugled's putting in a lot of work right now. 900 value on those guys right now. Screaming Skull Catapult trying to punish the blobs here. We've got another Spirit Leech going down on Cetra. He's popping spells on himself just to get the heals. Lord Nehakara passive is a pretty decent, 1.4% heal? I'm pretty sure it's got the overflow, so it's actually 7 seconds, not 6. It'll give Cetra a little bit to work with in the later stages, but that's a lot of damage to eat early on those big constructs. And the Sphinx of Uskef being gone means the River Troll Hag It's going to be pretty safe to just throw around now. There's really nothing to punish her. Ragnarok Spider's getting shot to bits right now by the Chosen of the Gods, who have 1,800 value already. Excellent choice of target here for Welsh Lion. Just making sure that the big monsters on the other side are going down. Really, I think the best thing you could do is just get Orc Boar Boys on the field and start trying to run over everything. Tomb Kings can bully, or can get bullied pretty hard in melee combat as long as you're, you know, checking the aggression and the numbers of their units. You really just want to make sure that they can't start surrounding you with anything. I do have a bunch of Skeleton Horsemen going for a dive in the back here, but 3 Horsemen up against 1 Goblin Archer are going to be very squishy against the Boar Boy Biggins as they're charging in here. They might even carry this charge home while the Wah is still active, giving them a little bit more punch on the charge in. Weapon strength, melee attack, all of that coming in for these guys right now. And they do make a pretty good collision with the side of the unit here, bringing one of them down pretty quickly. These guys should start crumbling in a moment. Other Skeleton Horsemen trying to squeeze around the edge there, but they're pretty pinned up. There's really not anywhere for them to go. Got Goblin Wolf Rider Archers being taken down here by some Skelly Horsemen. Very unfortunate for the Greenskins, but the Orc Air Boys should be able to fight here pretty decently. But that catapult is punishing the Greenskins right now. Got Goblin Archers accidentally running into the front line. Savage Orcs going down big time here. Oh, and the Rugloods also, unfortunately, in the front line. Getting some good shots on Cetra, though. Cetra down to only 600 HP at this point. Chosen of the Gods continuing the rampage with 2,500 value. Boar Boys getting smashed up pretty good back there. Boar Boy Biggins already have about 400 value, doing very well for themselves currently. The Greenskins really need some bodies on the ground. I don't know about Pump Wagons, man. Pump Wagons I don't really find to be all that good. Ooh, and the Tomb Guard Halberds here, and the Skeleton Warriors have been holding on nicely. The follow-up from the Screaming Skull Catapults and the Chosen of the Gods has been incredible. They've really put a damper on Feral Hogs' odds of winning this game. Cetra is getting beat up now. Once again, he's getting really low. He's almost off the field, but we need to see some infantry coming out. We need to start grabbing some of these outside points. Tomb Kings are really going for a much more balanced spread of units. Feral Hogs really saved up quite a bit for that Ragnarok Spider, and it delayed the summoning of all the Orc Boar Boys. So instead of being aggressive on his opponent's side of the field and potentially getting after Chosen of the Gods, he brings something in. It gets countered by a really good Chosen summon. The Ragnarok Spider gets shut down. Instead of having 2 extra Boar Boys on the field, you can see right now that Feral Hog's just working with the bare bones in the field. Really doesn't have much left, but he does take out Cetra. Cetra collapsing and falling on top of some of the skeletons here, crushing them underneath. Pump Wagon's getting stuck up in melee combat against these halberds and now surrounded by horsemen. Shabti kind of blocking the retreat path out the other side of the formation is pretty ugly. Stone Trolls are continuing to grind, but there's just not been a very efficient, it's not really been very efficient infantry play or mobility play from Feral Hogs. He got the snipes he was looking for, brought down the Sphinx very quickly, but Cetra is surviving for a good long while. And then steady summons of good counter units. Melee Shabti coming up to support these frontline infantry, stacking on top of halberds and spears, and just making life really miserable for a lot of these greenskin units as they try to charge in. They're just ruthlessly throwing their lives away by engaging here. I mean, they get a little bit of damage off on the Ushabti as they make their way into combat, but they really need to pull back and let the Savage Orcs kind of grind here. Now, it's not over for Feral Hogs. He does finally send some units around the flank to get the number 3 objective. He's so far behind on points, though. He really let himself get triple capped a little too early. He just did not rotate anything over to the number 3. I know you want to keep your front line fairly lined up, and you do kind of want to get a grind going against the Tomb Kings, but it's best to always secure at least one objective, hold a very strong flank at the bare minimum, and then scrap away from the rest of your opponent's army, because Welsh had a lot of stuff over here on the number 1 objective. And that's really where the epicenter of the fighting has been, was into one of his opponent's really strong side points. And he only had a very narrow flank to advance here, which has made it very easy for Welsh to just summon Skeleton Horsemen out and press down and keep things out of his own backfield. You push from this other side, you've got a very wide flank that you can push around. You can get some units up into the trees, and you can just try and push in and out through the forest anytime Skeleton Horsemen come out, excuse me. Just pull back through the trees, through your infantry that screen, which are then very safe from catapult fire and Chosen of the Gods shooting. And you can play more off of the number 2 objective, which I think is a little easier to advance on. You've got some trees over here that you can also hide some critical units in and avoid any of the damage incoming. See, the Boar Boys getting up into the Ushabti in the back line. Getting surrounded by Nekara warriors. The Necrotect is here with his Van Braces, debuffing all their stats. Not right now, though. Apparently missing his attacks and not imbuing the debuffs. Got Wolf Riders and some more Boar Boys on the way in. The Broken Tusk Mob, no less. Getting into Skeleton Warriors and immediately getting surrounded by a Ushabti summon. Really nice movement by Welsh. Good surround here. Probably wants to peel one of these Skeleton Spearmen out a little bit and just line up so that they can start bracing for any large stuff. Good retreat here. Very nicely done by Feral Hogs trying to get away, but he is just so far behind. Greenskins are not going to be able to cap this middle point anytime soon. I think Welsh is going to be alright if he just holds his ground here. He's got some Savage Boar Boys that can move up on the number 2 objective, but there is a decent amount of cap weight. There's still, like 4 or 5 units with some bodies on this point. All of these units with, models touching contribute cap weight. The full unit cap weight, mind you. So, I mean, I just don't see Hogs having much of anything on the field, so any attempt at a rally, I think, is going to be cut short here. Good attempt, though, and he got some really good plays off in the early game. They gave him a real fighting chance. I think the summons priority was a little bit off. I don't think Pump Wagons are any good against Tomb Kings, honestly. Pump Wagons are really good at breaking open formations and allowing for, follow-up damage from infantry as the Pump Wagons kind of blitz through vulnerable units on the front line and get into the back line to take down like standard archers and the like. Tomb Kings don't really play that style. They bring Skeleton Horse Archers if they're going to bring any kind of bow units at all, other than their Ushabti Great Bows. And Ushabti Great Bows will just beat a Flappa in combat anyways. I think you're better off going with some more infantry, actually. Going for a little bit more grind can get you a lot farther, I think, in this matchup. Another thing you really need is the Mogreb's Mangy Marauders. They're an auto-include unit in every Greenskin build. They're absolutely insane. It's the Arwar Wolf Rider Goblin Cavalry. They have tons of AP on their missile. It's absolutely disgusting how much value they can get, and they would have been an excellent counter to Cetra and the Sphinx. A little bit of cap weight in the late game as well. Tomb Guard Halberds with 1,600 value in the bump and grind. Chosen of the Gods got 2,900 in the Ushabti. Both melee Ushabtis doing pretty solidly with the Screaming Skull Catapult. Getting lots of kills, decent value. That's all you really need against a very infantry-heavy army. Cut the goblins. I don't think you need the goblin archers. I don't think you need the regular goblins. The River Troll Hag is fine. Definitely could use her. I think you just need the 3 bows here, and I think with cutting the goblins and the goblin archers, you can get a few more just standard orc boys. Maybe some orc boy spears. I think that's really all you want to go with. Then in reserve, a few Orc Biggins would be nice. The Ragnarok Spider is just not a very good unit, unfortunately. Very hard to use, and the Tomb Kings have a surfeit of good single entity killers on their roster. I mean, if it wasn't the Chosen of the Gods just blasting this thing into oblivion, the Sphinx of Uzkaf can outduel it as long as the Necrotect comes in and drops a heal or two on it. Just to keep it topped up. I don't think it's going to be useful at all against Tomb Kings. Stone Trolls I do think are a pretty good choice here. You can cut the Arachnarok and the Snotling Pump Wagons, get another Stone Troll, and just focus on getting another Orc Biggin, and I think you'd be pretty set. All else being equal, the reinforcements are pretty good. Orc Boar Boys and Boar Boy Biggins are pretty solid. Throw them out, kind of bully the cavalry with that, and just try and keep the Tomb Kings honest, so they can't just rush around and clear your backline units. Very scrappy game from Welsh, though, and a very well-earned win. He lost a lot of stuff in the early game, but he didn't panic, and he really made his opponent pay. Did a great job of just blasting down the single entities, wearing out the Night Goblin War Boss and the River Troll Hag, punished the infantry really nicely, and played off the points expertly. I don't know what to tell you, user. It shouldn't be an issue. It's probably your opponent has not updated their own version of the game then or something. Make sure you have the Total Tavern map pack installed as well, brother, because that's the big one. If you are still getting an error message with Total Tavern installed, then you may need to unsubscribe from the mod on the workshop and then resubscribe, and it'll probably fix itself at that point. It's pretty common to get that error message whenever there's like a big update, and there was one somewhat recently that I think was causing people some problems. But if you just unsubscribe and resubscribe to the mod on the workshop, it should sort things out. Sorry for kind of missing that one. I've got a couple of games we could watch if we're not done here. We do have one game done, other games still going. We've got Potato and Gearwick. Y'all haven't played yet, I know. So Regis and Marshall getting some games in. Okay. Just got replays for me, though. All right, I'm gonna message Regis. Okay. While we're waiting, honestly, watch one of my games. Excuse me. This is from a little while ago. I was actually very curious to try out Demons of Chaos. And I got a pretty odd first round game here against Riz Otto. You know, the guy, the myth, the legend, creator of the new tournament website, which, you know, everybody's been using. We're seeing about Turn's updated website today. He was hosting a tournament just, what, I think this was Sunday of last week. I played a few rounds in it, and I had some pretty good scraps. Bringing Red Olgor and a Plague Ridden, there's actually some synergy going on here with these guys. I'm going to slow it down. Demons of Chaos are very Lord-centric faction. You build up your army abilities by doing damage with your primary Lord. Red Olgor is actually a pretty good combatant, not just against large targets. Of course, that's what he's best against. He's got the bonus against him, but he's got pretty high melee attack as is. Pretty good melee defense, good charge bonus, so you can really rip and run if you can land him with the janky flying mechanics, of course. He's also got Gore Feast, which is a pretty good passive heal. And I'm running a Plague Ridden alongside him with the Children of Nurgle lore passive, bringing Rancid Visitations in case I get an opportunity to snipe some characters. Miasma Pestilence is the real selling point for the lore passive here for me. Just using this against any units trying to charge into me, of course, lowering charge bonus and melee attack. And we've got Locus of Virulence, which is a big buff to melee attack and weapon strength. Something that I can use alongside Red Olgor, as these two characters are both flyers, and the Plague Ridden's not a bad combatant either. Melee attack is a little on the low side, but good defense and weapon strength, so curious to see how he'll do. We've got a bunch of Marauder Horsemasters and Horsemen in front of us. Pretty scary units, but my opponent does fumble a little bit. It's a little too close up against my front line. And we're just going to take some big shots at the Riders of the Mighty Serpent here. Arawar Horsemen with the Battle Songs buff that gives leadership and a fear-causing attribute to all the Marauder units around him, which does make them a little less likely to rout. Really good choice, but they're getting absolutely lit up here. Meanwhile, Festering Stooges get hit by a massive breath attack from the Ice Dragon. And Red Olgor is getting caught out a little bit up in the air here, so I'm going to try and land him. I desperately need to get this guy on the ground and away from the flying goon squad. The Chaos Frost Dragon and the Chimera both have magic attacks. There's also poison and flaming damage on these guys as well, so the flaming attacks are going to debuff any healing. Just pretty annoying. These guys are definitely going to be gearing up for a little bit of a Lord Snipe. Going to use a Miasma of Pestilence here on the Chaos Frost Dragon. Get some Fiends out as my first summon, and we start immediately getting some good damage on the Frost Dragon here. Red Olgor coming over and taking the head-up fight against our big boy. He's angry as hell. He did not enjoy that opening engagement. Took about 2,500 HP damage there. He's looking a little the worse for wear right now. It's good Chain Lightning on the Pink Horrors. Trying to get those guys nice and low and just chip through their HP. We got the Festering Stooges and some Plague Bears moving in. My opponent going really hard for a Lord Snipe now. Desperately trying to pile on top of the Fiends and the Plague Ridden, and just using these Plague Bears the best I can to try and cause problems to all these units here. Festering Stooges are really low. The nice thing about them is that they're actually a terror-causing unit once Gloom of Flies activates. And Terror is pretty good against Norska, actually. They're a pretty low leadership faction. They do have a lot of ITP, but a lot of it's tied to Frenzy, and once that wears off, you can Terror out Skinwolves, all kinds of different things. Really, the only things that aren't going to Terror out here are the Chimeras and the Chaos Frost Dragon. They're just desperately surrounding here at this point. We got Icon or Locus of Virulence going off right now. We're continuing to drop the Miasma of Pestilence down. Using it on the Chimera this time. We've got Red Olgor desperately trying to pull back. He's also getting hit by the Horn of Corn that we've got going. We're getting a lot of value out of that right now. Big damage on all the Marauder Horsemen. You can see big losses for Riz on that front. He's lost most of his cavalry, and we're doing a very good job of breaking down the Chaos Frost Dragon. It's about to fall, taken out by the Flesh Hounds and the Fiends. Fiends have 1,000 value already, and we've got the Fleshies standing firm next door to our big boy, and the Chimera's a little isolated away from the Skinwolves. Now, it does get pushed back a little bit towards the epicenter of this fight. We've got a lot of buffering for Red Olgor now, though. And he's still got 2,000 HP. Looking pretty healthy, and getting a lot of damage in on the Chimera currently. Really racking up the value now. was doing a little bit poorly early on, but he's starting to steamroll a bit as he takes down the Chimera. And Skinwolves get cleared up really quickly by all the bodies we've got in here. Festering Stooges contributing pretty nicely. The Fleshhounds are doing amazing right now. 1,000 value on the Fleshies. Fleshies over here looking to maneuver in. Fleshhounds of Khorne have gone through several different iterations of being rather poor as a unit, and in the current meta, I'd say they're pretty solid. You just can't bring too many Fleshhounds. They're a pretty easy unit to counter if you're expecting them. I think they're best used in small numbers where they can just be a nice mobile utility tool where they can rush in and do exactly what they're doing here, which is rush up to units in crisis and start to chip away at annoying mobility tools like Norscan Ice Wolves, Marauder Horsemasters, and the like. You know, we're going to lose these pink horrors. They're getting pretty low here. Very, very, very flimsy right now, but they've gotten a lot of value already. That one has 1,200. This pink horror over here with almost 900. 885 currently. Norscan Ice Wolves getting landed on by Red Olgor, getting that Gore Feast active and just making sure that he continues to slowly heal himself up. And the Plague Ridden on the flank here is helping out the Furies and also the Fiends now. And the Fiends continuing their rampage and get 1,400 value. Really nice stuff for me. Without the Marauder Horsemen, there's really not much to punish the Fiends or Red Olgor anymore. Another Chaos Frost Dragon comes out, and Riz is very desperate to finish that Lord Snipe. It really is probably his best way of getting back in this one. He's lost a lot of units, and he's gotten very little value out of Sail. The goal was to hit Chain Lightnings and Enfeebling Foe my Lord. He did get some good Enfeebling Foes off on Red Olgor, which is why he got so beat up in those opening engagements. But as long as our boy is alive, that's really all that matters right now, because we've definitely got a bit of an advantage, not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of answers. The Chaos Frost Dragon, in a 1v1, being as healthy as it is, could definitely give Red Olgor some pause here. But we're just going to continue to face check this guy, and then try to land and drag him to the ground. We tried it with the Plague Ridden, didn't quite work. Now we're trying it with Red Olgor. We're going to see if the Chaos Frost Dragon follows. Riz almost lands here. Definitely ends up taking the time to decide between it. I think it's actually more of an landing animation bug. Flying combat's pretty janky. It finally lands on the ground, right next to the Fiends and Red Olgor. He's getting Locus of Virulence and Deathbringer. Look at these stats, dude. Even with wounds activated, he's got 850 weapon strength and absolutely clocking the Chaos Frost Dragon. Gotta consider also that this thing has fire weakness, so it's just getting completely run over right now. A very strong monster, brought low with just a handful of attacks here. Red Olgor down to 1,500 HP, but still alive and still holding firm and still getting those slow heals over time. Gorfy's coming in handy so nicely right now. Barons of the Bog coming up. They're just one of the units I had in reserve. Not really the most important unit that I have, but something that could definitely help me in some blob fights, so I'm just trying to keep them on standby. Just in case the late game gets a little messy for whatever reason. Finally get some units up onto the high ground here. Whoops. The high ground objective was uncontested for the entire opening couple minutes of this game, because everything was happening off over there. I get some bloodletters up on the #1 objective now. We drop a really nice Curse of the Slug to try and finish our boy here. Sail does get hammered by Rancid Visitations and the Plague Ridden. Almost got the snipe on him, but now he's going to get a little bit surrounded. Not too worried about losing this guy. I've used up pretty much all of my magic. And I'd rather actually just let him get run down in the snipe attempt, draw some aggro from my opponent, and allow Red Olgor to just safely retreat, because my opponent is bringing a lot of Marauder Horsemen in. I really don't want my big expensive guy to get shot up right now, so we're going to just distract with something and pull back the more important piece. Plague Bearers are just interposing themselves. There's barely any left in these units, but they've done a really good job of road blocking, even in their very tattered condition. It's still 52 models with poison, so they're just being a bit of a nightmare for my opponent to move around. Fleshies are looking for an opportunity to engage, really not doing much. Bloodletters and Blue Hearts hanging out over here. Festering Stooges are going to move across the field. I'm going to try and find a good position for them to sit in. They got some terror routes earlier. They've gotten a lot of healing from Festering Gate as well. And the Fiends are going to just take a straight-up engagement against the Kurgan Great Weapons here. Kurgan Great Weapons, I think, were kind of thrown in because they just wanted to keep units back while the Changebringers were being targeted. Changebringers being attacked by the Riders of the Mighty Serpent and 2 other Marauder Horsemen, including a Horsemaster. Very squishy unit. Definitely don't want to let them get shot for free, so I bring in a Fleshhound just to try and push some of these horsemen back, punish my opponent for being over-aggressive. We get a beautiful engagement here at the Fleshies as they just charge straight into the horsemen, get a bunch of free damage on the charge, and are going to really start to nibble with their good weapon strength now. Changebringers looking to get some side shots on this formation as well. Riders of the Mighty Serpent already broken. We get a beautiful shot off on the Marauder Horsemen there. And they take a ton of damage. Very, very low on the leadership now. Looking to rout potentially, and now that they run out of the Battle Songs aura from the Riders, they break instantaneously and run right into the Fleshhounds for whatever reason. I don't know what was going on here, but, you know. Getting some freebies ain't bad at all. Riders of the Mighty Serpent off the field yet again. Second time they've come in and gotten clocked. And the Changebringers only lose a model out of the whole deal. I took a decent amount of damage, but most of it was on barrier. So they're going to just rock back in. They're going to be a really good unit to clear the Marauder Bearmen and Berserkers here. Fleshhounds, the Pink Horrors, hanging out. They've used a decent amount of their ammo, but they still got quite a bit left. They're going to get some good shots as the Berserkers are trying to waddle in. We finally get to use some of the ammo from the Festering Stooges. His ROR Exalted Plague Bearers do have the little Death's Head grenades, excuse me, that do really good damage. But because of the early engagements being so chaotic, I was mostly just using these guys in melee combat, but now they're able to help clear one of the more annoying units in the game, and just immediately start contributing in melee combat again. Getting that Gloom of Flies nice and active, Festering Gates giving them some nice perpetual healing. Let's see, they get 13 HP per second, which is no joke. It usually keeps their HP pretty stable in any fights against, like, mid-tier infantry. You need a lot of high weapon strength to really clear through these guys, so Bearmen are not really built for that. Berserkers are more of the type of unit that can give them trouble. Opponent not really in much of a position to pick and choose his engagements, though. Well played to Otto. He went really hard for the Lord Snipe, and Red Olgor is being very brave right now. He's busy communing with the Blood God. You know, he's asking for a raise after all that heavy lifting he just did in the single entity fights. He was able to survive, and the Blood Gods, you know, they're gonna go through arbitration. We'll see what kind of raise he gets. So it wasn't just Red Olgor, though. The Plague Ridden actually got 1500 value. He did a lot of chip damage to the Dragon and the Chimera. The Locus of Virulence came in handy as well because he got the Fiends a ton of value, and some of the Fleshhounds got tremendous value because of it. Honestly, I think this is a really strong Wombo combo, because Red Olgor is a character that just does not fall off in the late game like other Demons of Chaos Lords can. A lot of Demons of Chaos characters are pretty strong, but they're not quite as good in melee combat as this guy is. And they rely a little more on magic, on their spell casting ability to charge up the army abilities. Whereas Red Olgor in a really long marathon type game with Gore Feast should be able to take engagements to the very end and get you tremendous mileage. Out of not just his own combat abilities, but the actual army abilities as well, which can be really strong. You can grind him up pretty quickly with him, too. And then the Plague Ridden, you can just duo with him so that he can get more melee attack and weapon strength, buff up everything else around him, too. I mean, it's a huge 55-meter radius, so really good against just about anything against demons. Demons tend to be a pretty elite army as it stands anyways. So being able to maximize the mileage you get out of each unit by buffing them up with melee attack or weapon strength or anything along those lines is pretty gigantic. And you can always bring some extra heals for Red Olgor. You can bring the Masma Pestilence, which is really nice because it plays well off of Red Olgor's preferred method of combat anyways. It just lowers the charge bonus against anything that wants to engage him, so he can more safely attack units in head-to-head fights and get an advantage early. You can go for Rancid Visitations to guarantee Lord Snipes if you want. You can do Stream of Corruption if you've got just like massive waves of infantry across the field. Just depends on what you think your opponent is going to do. This Lore of Nurgle has a ton of flexibility in its magic options. Pink Horrors did great too. Pretty much everything on my army was solid as hell. I mean, just no avenues for the Marauder Horsemen to approach. They still got okay value, all things considered. It was really the follow-up units that fell apart. I mean, none of the Norscan Ice Wolves did anything. Skin Wolves got countered pretty hard just by bodies and magic attacks. A lot of magic damage, so the Skin Wolves didn't really have anywhere safe to fight. And they got chewed up pretty badly as a result. I don't know about no summer release for Lord of the End Times. You're very right on that front. It's gonna be amazing though. Everybody was waiting for Thanquol, and I think it's really appropriate that he finally shows up for Lord of the End Times and is the gets to be the real hero of the trailers. So we all know how brave our boy Thanquol really is, you know. Without his big brain thoughts, where would the Skaven really be after all? I guess that's true. Well, hey, I mean, September is going to be even more in the summer for foreseeable futures, as we continue to see temperatures skyrocket across the globe. Maybe we'll even get into November and it'll still be nice and warm. What's up, Renataki? How you doing, man? And yeah, Skulltaker, that one's for you. People really meme about Red Olgor. I actually think he's a really good option. I don't think you want to bring him in every matchup, but I actually think he's really good against Norsca, just for the fire and magic damage. I mean, he counters literally everything on this roster. He can scrap against big combatants. You just don't let him take any 2v1s, and he's fine, man. He gets Deathbringer, which is really strong skill. He's got Fizzres as well, so he's got a little bit of extra tankiness against the Marauder Horsemasters. Good HP pool, leadership, speed, pretty much everything you could want in a combat lord. And then with the ability to actually heal him, with the Nurgle caster, potentially, or just fecundity from the army abilities, I don't really see a reason why he can't work. Let's go see what we've got replays-wise. Beautiful. Okay, Regis sent us one. Let's check out the other matches on here. Stofers and Click. We don't have that many people in the tournament today, but, you know, that's just the way it is sometimes. I'm probably going to stream some during one of the tournaments tomorrow, because there's 3 tournaments going on. I'd really love the opportunity to be able to play, or just cast in one of them. I'll just see what works for, I don't know, how I'm feeling, my schedule. And go from there. Boop. Drop a couple of these over, and get right back in it. I've got one more of my own replays that I'd like to show off a little bit later. It's a pretty good match. That's just if we have the time. But for right now, we're going to be going Warriors of Chaos versus Tzeentch. Definitely one of the more rarely seen matchups. Tzeentch, as a whole, just doesn't get played all that much. Warriors of Chaos, you see get a decent amount of play, but you don't really see people running Azazel too often. Azazel is really powerful. He's got some really strong magic options and is a pretty good duelist. He tends to be a little squishy, though, with the 5 armor. And Tzeentch, with all the magic damage they have, definitely makes this choice a little bit odd. Honestly, I think, really the 2 top-tier options for Warriors of Chaos are Sartorial and Archeon. I think either of those 2 will take you all the way on pretty much any matchup. I do think that you can run some other stuff at the Warriors of Chaos, though. I think Valkia, honestly, is pretty damn good against Tzeentch, period. She's pretty safe and reliable for chasing after the Lords. She can land on these Exalted Flamers and rip them apart. She's pretty safe against the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, and then you can bring just like a regular Warriors of Chaos caster. Valkia and a Slaanesh caster I actually found to be a pretty good combination, and then you can still get the magic that Azazel has, but in a more durable combat package. Just pausing here while we go over the armies. We got the Chaos Warriors, nice shielded infantry, Marauders. I do like these choices. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch on the other side, Marauder Horsemasters here. For Sad Brian, Regis is not rocking a very big army, but it is a very well-composed one. We've got Kairos with his spell-casting abilities, Gaze of Fate, Scroll of Destiny, Blue Fire, and Tzeentch's Firestorm, with a little bit of life leeching just to guarantee that extra couple of magic casts. He's going to start bullying some of these Marauder Horsemasters here. Good damage as he takes 4 of those models out. And meantime, the Marauder Horsemasters trying to shoot the Zangors a little bit. Brutal shot from the Exalted Flamer. Exalted Flamer is one of my favorite units in the entire game. This thing slaps, and people do not put enough respect on its name. It is an amazing counter to so many different units. Preferably, you want to use it against cavalry and infantry. Really, it's best against infantry, because this thing's pretty quick. It outspeeds most infantry in the game, and it does really good damage with the actual missile, and then the Vortex can do some pretty good damage as well. Gonna get a good shot off on the Chaos Warriors here, cleaving through this unit and doing a ton of work against them. Immediately taking 2,000 HP off these guys. Kills 8 models as well. And follow-up shots are pretty quick on it. That's another nice thing about it. It fires very, very fast. You can usually just pour ammunition out onto your opponent and really chip down their units aggressively, unsummon it, and get it right back out on the field. Going for a Pavane on Kairos, which is a good idea in theory, but because of the way the damage and the effect is structured now, it doesn't rampage instantly, and it gives your opponent 10 seconds to kind of pull their Lord back, and that's kind of what happens here. Kairos just waddles away and avoids most of the bad damage there. Oh my goodness, Gaze of Fate goes down, and we get a brutal Tzeentch's Firestorm off. Absolutely disgusting damage on the Chaos Warriors. Oh, that's just the Tzeentch's Firestorm effect. Hasn't used a Gaze of Fate yet. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, absolutely ruining these units here. 1 Forsaken in exchange for all that damage, definitely worth it. I mean, you got some good work against the Pleasure Guard, even. And the Exalted Flamers continuing to chip away at the Pleasure Guard as well as they try to pull back away from here. They get hit by a pretty wicked volley and lose another 900 HP. Starting to look very, very flimsy here. Chaos Warriors getting poked from the flank by the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. Debuffing some armor here and allowing the Forsaken to trade a little bit better, too, is nice. Knights of Immolation are in a little bit of a rough fight. Definitely not built for fighting a Cockatrice and Azazel at the same time. They're a pretty good anti-large unit. They can definitely get some pretty good mileage for Tzeentch, but I think they're a little bit better against Warriors of Chaos by doing exactly that. Going for the bombing runs. Unfortunately, they've lost a bunch of models, so it's not nearly as effective as it could have been. But, yeah, just pressuring the Hellstriders and then stuff like Marauder Horsemasters is definitely where they can get the most value and bang for their buck. The Cockatrice is a cool mix-up. It's actually pretty decent now with double Petrifying Gaze. I still need to play more games running these things. I've been thinking up some Beastman builds to really make the most out of these. But from what I've seen, the extra use on Petrifying Gaze does make them fairly reliable. They're pretty cheap, and they can go for pretty aggressive Lord Snipes because they can really snare stuff down and punish it. Exalted Flamer with 2,300 value has done an amazing job of clearing the Pleasure Guard. These Champions of Slaanesh I thought were going to be a much scarier unit before they actually got released. Really, they're honestly pretty mediocre. They can definitely perform pretty nicely in some matchups, but they really need to get Devastating Flanker off to perform well. Usually, you're better off just going a bunch of Pleasure Seekers, which are the danger, or I guess the sexy noodle cavalry of Slaanesh. They're faster than the Champions, and they do have much better mass. They can really pinball just massive portions of entire armies around in a pretty disgusting manner. Cockatrice lands on the ground, gets caught up in halberds, and then also getting chipped down by the Knights of Immolation pretty hard, so it is pulling back. Leadership gets broken, unfortunately, on this thing as well, and really all you need to do is escort it away now. I would even say it might be worth using Kairos for that. Acquiescence being popped on the Knights of Immolation, but good land here. Just trying to drag Azazel to the ground, and Azazel does go for the landing here. Not really a good place for him to be. Azazel is really poor mass at 2,000. I mean, it's a little bit better than some of the infantry-sized characters, but he can't really push out of positions very well, so getting surrounded by a bunch of Zangors can be a bit of a death sentence for him, potentially. Gets pushed away, though, by the Knights of Immolation a little bit. And now some Chaos Trolls getting in, trying to stop the momentum of the infantry and give Azazel a retreat path here. Still hanging around on the ground, 1,600 value on our boy. And a beautiful Gaze of Fate on the Hellstriders, dropping a tier 3 army ability for it all. May do some damage here, doesn't actually catch them out pretty badly, landing in and doing a lot of work. Ooh, and getting some good collateral on the Chaos Warriors. A lot of whom are technically on the edge of the radius, but get hit by some concentrated missile barrage damage. Good land on the rear of this fight, too, the Shrieking Skyrays. It's just blob fight central. I don't know who's going to come out on top. I mean, you do have Chaos Trolls in here. They're going to be pretty solid. There's also a Chaos Spawn mixing it up in here. You can see some of the units breaking. Zangors are terror routing because of Azazel. Forsaken of Tzeentch are being pushed back. The Warriors of Chaos are trying to continue to make a game out of this. Ooh, Centaurs of Tzeentch potentially getting caught out by Hellstriders. Devastating loss if Regis does not bail these guys out. They're very bad against Hellstriders. Centaurs of Tzeentch are a pretty solid unit. I don't think you really want to over-rely on them, though. I think the best unit that you can bring in the matchup against the Warriors of Chaos is Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. Your opponent is definitely going to be running Hellstriders. They're an auto-include for Warriors of Chaos. Exceptionally rare that you don't see them. The Chaos Knights of Tzeentch just absolutely clobber these guys. It is such an unfair fight for the Hellstriders. And the Centaurs of Tzeentch, you don't really need these dudes. They're good AP, but you've got Changebringers and Exalted Flamers already, as you've seen. And shooting AP is generally better than melee AP as a rule of thumb. Not that the Centaurs of Tzeentch are a bad unit. They just cost 1,200 gold, and they're incredibly flimsy against certain types of units. And Warriors of Chaos have a lot of those units on the roster, and I just don't think the trades and the engagements are really worth the effort and trouble. Kairos is getting hounded down by Azazel, but he gets a beautiful cast of Firestorm off on those Marauder Horsemen and just absolutely munches on them there. I think using a Gaze of Fate to accomplish that as well. Changebringers are getting attacked by Chaos Feral Manticore, but a good land with the Changebringers brings it right into the face of the Centaurs here. Some Forsaken coming up, and the Changebringers turn right around and just absolutely annihilate the Feral Manticore. Could just ignore it now. I mean, it does have its leadership broken. Acquiescence going down from Azazel. And a blue fire misses horrifically. Oh, but it comes back around the tree and tracks Azazel down. Dude, these are still following him. It's a little bit of friendly fire damage, actually, in the Changebringers. Azazel is taking a few models off these guys. Doing a pretty good job with Azazel. Much better work done with him than I'm seeing most people get out of him. Kairos comes in with his big old chicken wing stick and actually bonks Azazel pretty hard. I mean, the weakness of Kairos in melee combat has less to do with weapon strength and more to do with the fact that he's got god-awful melee attack and melee defense. Just a straight-up pure caster character with just like a ton of HP is like the one thing he's got going for him. But if he's able to hit units in the rear, it doesn't really matter. I mean, he gets pretty much free damage off as long as Azazel is not looking to engage against him and able to use his 50 melee defense. Another Acquiescence going down, trying to keep the Shrieking Skyrays off of Azazel right now. Kairos keeping up the chase, though, is going to be able to potentially get another slap in here. Gets interrupted, though, by his own guys. Marauder Horsemasters getting hit by the Shrieking Skyray's ability. That Lamprey's Bite does provide a little bit of mileage for those dudes. Changebringers getting shot by some Marauder Horsemasters, trying to retreat, trying to lock down this #1 objective. There's a unit of Forsaken up on here, and the Marauders here definitely going to get roasted off now. Changebringers doing some really nasty damage to them, and they are going to rout. Tzeentch barely flipping this point, and the Chaos Warriors just managed to touch their toes on the edge of this objective. Zangor's trying to push back the Marauder Horsemasters. Azazel about to get sniped here. Got Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch and Forsaken of Tzeentch cleaning up some Hellstriders in the back there. Chaos Armored Trolls rallying back in after regenerating for a little bit. 10 models on those guys, engaging the Shrieking Skyrays and some Halberds now, though. Not really a good fight for the Warriors at all. Chaos Warrior Halberds with 1,500 value, and the Changebringers do get the order to deal with these poor Chaos Warriors. They get absolutely roasted here. 1,200 value on a very important unit for Tzeentch, now getting unsummoned before the Cockatrice can collapse on them. Does the ability cancel the unsummon? We're not going to find out today, unfortunately. I imagine it very well might. Ooh, Azazel. Oh, gets clobbered right there by the blue fire and ends up going down. Very unfortunate for the Warriors of Chaos. Now that's going to be an immediate tap out. Well played by both sides. Sad Brian did a really good job of hanging in there, but his opening army was hard countered by Regis's build. Exalted Flamer just loves roasting armored infantry in the early game. And pretty good against Horsemasters and the like, and the Pleasure Guard. I did not think they'd be that vulnerable to the shooting from this thing, but lo and behold, they're actually incredibly weak to the Exalted Flamer. Kairos with 3k value, doing some great damage with his blue fires, and then also some great Tzeentch's Firestorms. Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch probably grinding down the Pleasure Guard a decent amount, and then some Hellstriders and the like. Rotting Riders never came in. Mana Core was whatever. Cockatrice was really, really weak, actually. Got even less value than the Chaos Feral Manticore did. Wasn't in very good fights, to be honest, though. It's very limited build on the reinforcements. Really not much coming in from reserve is definitely something that can cause some problems for you. I think the Pleasure Guard can be good in other matchups. I just don't like Slaanesh units against Tzeentch units. Slaanesh wants to hit and run, and Tzeentch also wants to do that. Tzeentch, though, has barriers. While Slaanesh units just eat all that damage on their HP pools, which are not that big to begin with, they'll usually get worn out pretty badly by Tzeentchian forces. I would much rather see, instead of the Pleasure Guard, you run some, what do you want to run here? Honestly, running your own Knights of Immolation wouldn't be bad at all. I think they could get you a lot of value. In a little bit of a... I mean, and it would also be pretty flavorful, all things considered. Where are the Pleasure Guard? And monsters? Oh, they are. Yeah, 1950 gold, too. They're so expensive. I mean, you can run the Knights of Immolation and save yourself 250 gold as well, and it's another really strong aerial unit. It can synergize. They can synergize really nicely with Azazel, getting acquiescences and taking out their own counterpart on the other side. If your Tzeentch opponent tries to bring out his own Knights of Immolation to counter yours, you win the head-to-head because of the acquiescence and like Hysterical Frenzy and the other buffs from Azazel. You still got the Rotting Riders on the ground at that point. You don't really need to bring Cockatrice either at that point. You can save money on the Cockatrice and the Manticore. And probably just run, maybe... let's see, what do you want to run there at that point? Probably more Marauder Horsemasters. Instead of those 2 flyers in reserve, get 2 more Marauder Horsemasters, bring those guys out, and just poke and prod Tzeentch. And get a lot of mileage out of these guys in that matchup, because they clear a lot of the shooting that Tzeentch likes to use. Exalted Flamers can get hammered pretty badly if you can get these guys in range and dodge like a shot or 2. They can also shoot Kairos up in the air. They can run around and cap points and counter skirmish with the Tzeentch Horsemen. If you don't want to run them, though, you can also just bring some Forsaken. Forsaken are always pretty decent units for the Warriors of Chaos. Just really nice middle-of-the-road infantry with good damage output because of the weapon strength and the charge bonus. Yeah, Mike is on this time. Exactly. Regis is a really good player. He just doesn't play all that often. Yeah, dude, I've noticed some really wild stuff, Maxi, with the missile tracking. We were testing out Doombolt versus the Heaven's Gate teleport the other day, and we watched it literally arc across the battlefield to try and hit Bashiva after she teleported. So it's not just blue fire. It's pretty much all of those bolt-type spells, like magic missiles and the like, are just kind of insane. I think it's because blue fire has a pretty slow travel speed, so it can actually, like, turn. The fact that it was doing 360s, though, was a little insane. That was pretty bonkers. Oh, here we go. Okay. Ooh. Crazy Skaven build against the High Elves. Crazy High Elf build, too. Going Aisling, a Mist Mage, triple Oceanids. Honestly, Oceanids makes sense. And a Sea Elemental also does. Really cheap on the infantry. It's this Lord choice in the hero. I guess you're using this to try and silence right? No Nullstone, just the summons with Mistress of the Deeps. Just going mega cheap Azalin. I'm probably just gonna leave him in the forest, if I had to guess. Because otherwise, there's really no point in bringing this guy. I mean, Sacred Incense ain't doing that much, and it's a 10% missile resistibility. I mean, that's kind of nice against Skaven, I guess, but a lot of their missiles just ignore shields and all the other decent defensive options for the High Elves anyways, so I don't know what 10% more resilience is really going to do for you. We got Ikit Claw. He's got his whole kit, basically. Brass Orb, Unlimited Power, Storm Demon, Warp Lightning, Howling Warp, Gale, Cleansing Ruin. All the essentials, Musk of Fear as well. Really nice debuff. This is one of the best lore passives in the game. Just lowering melee attack by 12 for 8 seconds. I mean, can really put a damper on any frontline engagements against the Skaven.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
So quad Storm Vermin Sword and Board. Theoretically good against, I don't know, something like a more standard archer line from the High Elves. Not really going to do much against Ocean. It's in the Sea Elemental, though, I'm afraid. I'm a little worried that the Skaven build is going to get hard countered. Just based on the fact that they don't really have anything on the field right now that can deal with the Oceanids and the Elemental. They do finally bring something up. We got the Teeth Breakers on the way in. Ikit is dropping a nice Cleansing Ruin on this Oceanid over here. Probably want to just hold on to that and try and hit all this stuff instead, though. Decent damage, and we get a Brass Orb, and the Silver Helms are getting shot down pretty badly right now. You got the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters getting some good hits in on them. Skaven Slave Slings focus firing like crazy against the Silver Helms also. Taking them out pretty easily. Oceanid summoned into the back line, on top of the Dwarf Thing Menace right now. Excuse me. Gonna bum rush for, what is it? Looks like it's gonna, yeah, going straight for the Teeth Breakers. Teeth Breakers gonna have to pull back. Storm Vermin Halberds on the way in, trying to stop these things, but missed the opportunity to get in front of them. And the Teeth Breakers are probably going to die here. I mean, Oceanids don't have a lot of AP damage, but they don't really need it against a weapon team like this. They've got, what, 70 armor, which will nullify a decent amount of the non-AP damage, but not all of it. And they just have awful melee defense. Only 30, with the Oceanids having a decent bonus versus infantry of 14. Perfect Vigor as well, so they never really lose any melee attack. You can see them hounding these guys down. At the very least, they've chased them all the way back into the forest, in the spawn zones. And that's going to give plenty of time for the High Elves to start steamrolling the rest of the Skaven army. Cleansing Ruin hitting a lot of units, but a lot of those units are now running out of the radius of it, and the Oceanids are up into the Skaven Slave Sling lines. Ooh, and look at that, a Frostheart Phoenix sneaking out and getting the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters routing now. Teeth Breakers are able to rally, but they got chased all the way back into the forest, lost over half their models. And in the meantime, Natty Bubos are also going down. W left click is getting absolutely rolled up by the High Elves currently. He was just not ready for this Oceanid rush build. And the Sea Elemental has been routing literally every position it's come into contact with. Nothing is able to hold up against this thing right now. It's rampaging, causing problems, kicking ass, and taking names, all that good stuff. Ikit is doing alright for himself, but he's really the only thing carrying any weight for the Skaven right now. It's a nice Warp Lightning on all these infantry. Ashen Triads and Storm Vermin are holding their ground, but Skaven Slave Slings, or Skaven Slave Spears are running for their lives over here, losing a little bit more cap weight they can ill afford. Skaven are about to get triple capped here. It's a really good summon of some Rangers on the other side of the formation, too. Stofers is really starting to bully. Storm Vermin Halberds fighting Oceanids. Oceanids should definitely retreat here. This isn't the worst fight for them, but it's not really an efficient one. If they can just hold these guys up for a little bit longer, they can retreat back to the Rangers. And then the Rangers and the Storm Vermin Halberds sitting on top of one another should be able to handle that fight. Teethbreaker's getting some good values. They shoot the Frostheart Phoenix up. Frostheart Phoenix is also netted by Howling Warp Gale right now. It can lock stuff down on the ground if it's flyer. It's a little janky. They just are not... Dude, what the hell is going on? Endless fire from these guys. And the Rat Ogres are doing a good job of pinning this thing in place. Pretty nice win for W left click, with Stouffer's just continuing to destroy the front line with the Sea Elemental. It's continuing its rampage. It's got 855 value now. About to clear this last Storm Vermin, Sword and Board. Terror routes them. Last objective capped with the High Elves. Rangers, a little bit off in No Man's Land. Definitely going to rally them back to the point. Rally them back there and get back over to the middle, I would say. All these infantry need to be unsummoned. Except maybe the Spearmen. I guess the Spearmen are healthy enough and just kind of yellow them forward as body blocker and some cap weight. Silverhelm's coming up. Skaven Slave Slings are rallying, but what the hell are they supposed to do against Oceanids, man? All the Oceanids are alive, mind you. This one's probably about to go down, but it did drag down most of the Storm Vermin Halberds. These things are so freaking efficient. Such an incredible unit, and they've got great attack animations as well. That's probably the nicest thing about the Oceanids, in fact, is that they just have really quick attack animations that do a good job of disrupting enemy infantry as well. It's not just about the raw damage amounts, it's the fact that they really keep enemy infantry from effectively fighting as well. Oceanids and Azelin and the Mist Mage all getting hit by Flensing Ruin. Sea Elemental as well in this aura. I mean, he's got to be farming it on this cast. Yeah, he's racking it up. It's almost 100 gold on that one tick from Flensing Ruin. Wears off, and the Oceanids are now all crumbling out. Is there a chance that the Skaven can get back in this? Ooh, not with the Silverhelms getting into the play clock catapult back here. Big loss. That was definitely going to be very useful in the late game to break up a lot of these very low HP, high health units. The Skaven needs so much help right now. They're just desperately trying to grab any objective, but rallying Rangers, got more Silverhelms coming out, you got the catapults being taken offline, Skaven Slave Slings being thrown into disarray as well. Rat Ogres running around trying to help out wherever they can, but being pulled away from protecting the backline at this point. I think left click is realizing just how bad the cap situation is, and is getting a little bit desperate. Does try to save the Teethbreakers. It's a little too late. You shouldn't have pulled that far away from them to begin with the Rat Ogres. Just interposing themselves between the Silverhelms and the Teethbreakers was the best thing you could have done, just to try and intercept those guys and maybe collapse from the other side with something like a Wolf Rat or another Rat Ogre summon. Silverhelms are rampaging a little bit. We do actually still have a pretty healthy Sea Elemental here. Into the late game, this thing's going to continue causing problems with all the terror. It's got 295 kills right now. Probably going to end up with about 300. I'm getting away from that weird unsummoning bug. Okay, there we go. Jeez Louise. Now, the audio on the unsummon can be really wonky sometimes. Play Clock Catapult Fire, punishing the Rangers. Getting a lot of units really close to their breaking point because of the contamination effect. Very strong leadership debuff. Definitely helping out a little bit with trying to break down some of these high elf units, but the triple cap is still in full effect. And the Skaven don't look any closer to breaking this deadlock right now. Ikit with 2,700 value, probably going to get up to 3k with this cast right here. Beautiful damage. Sea Elemental is well away from that, though, and is looking pretty healthy. Really nothing left to punish it except the Teethbreakers, who only have 9 models left. It's going to be a very tough time breaking it down, even if they are able to get some shots on it. Skaven look like they're going to finally take this objective. They overwhelmed the point with Storm Vermin Sword and Board and Ikit Claw and some Rat Ogres. They are able to take it away from the High Elves, but the double cap is still available. The Gutter Runners are taking this point over here now. Oh, and this is a chance that you cannot pass up. Just go right there with the Wolf Rats and get units on that point right now. Silverhelm's rally, and they're kind of missing their opportunity. Doomflayers are out in no man's land, not really doing a whole lot. Ooh, the High Elves might lose this game because they lose focus on the points here at the end and aren't really doing a good job of Helm's Deeping right now. There's no point in trying to retake this objective when all you need is a single cap or just a standard double cap. Sending the Oceanids to the outside objectives would have been a really good call because, you know, this position was getting overwhelmed by multiple infantry units. Ones that are fairly slow and would have taken a decent amount of time to be able to move them into position to get any of the other caps. Just use the Oceanids to kind of body block anything that's trying to move up on these points, and you would have been in a winning position. Now it's looking very sketchy for the High Elves. I actually think they might lose this game. If they lose the #1 objective, they're cooked. They are running out of bodies quick. Yeah, Gutter Runners rallying back to the objectives is actually really smart. They don't match up amazingly against Rangers, but they do have Physres and relatively okay melee stats. Honestly, just because the Rangers are so poorly defended in terms of HP, Gutter Runners might be able to squeak a win out here, no pun intended. Doomflayers need to get more active. W left click is definitely not used as Doomflayers to full effect this game. He's been forgetting about him a little bit, but I know he's really trying to just save his bacon here. And he does actually flip the #1 objective. The Wolf Rats and the Storm Vermin are able to get over there in time. The Silverhelms don't stop the cap. Oh, and Wolf Rats from the other side here get in on the Rangers and break these guys apart in record time, and now it's a reverse triple cap. Oh, and the Skaven are going to walk away with a win here. They've got Eshin Triads over here for cap weight, Storm Vermin moving over to grab that. And the Plague Claw Catapult, it took some damage early on, but here in the late game, just because enough of the crew survived to get all 4 of these models back online, it's been pretty nice for hammering the Silverhelms and some of the other infantry units that have been coming in for the High Elves. Devastating loss for the High Elves here, man. I mean, in another time, in another place, I think they walk away with this win just by moving the Oceanids to outside objectives, but Stouffer's, I think, overestimating the position he was in, has really lost the momentum that he had in the mid-game there. No Source of Terror is definitely going to really hurt him, and 3 Oceanids is really nice in theory, but they are a more defensively oriented unit. They're not really built for doing massive DPS and stealing objectives away like some other monstrous infantry might be. Coupled with the fact they only have 3 cap weight if they have all their models, and they do lose quite a bit of cap weight with each model loss, and this one's still got 12, and they're down to expendable cap weight just about. Crumbling out now, beautiful rear charge of Ikit actually breaking leadership. Ikit with 3,600 value has been an absolute menace to society this game. I mean, this guy has hard carried the Skaven to a win here. Honestly, to be quite frank, I don't think there's a single other Skaven unit, except for maybe all these rear-charging Wolf Rats, that have really been doing much of anything this game. It's been Ikit or bust, pretty much wire to wire. I guess the Plague Claw Catapult and a couple of good volleys from the Teeth Breakers did help to remove a few of the more annoying pieces. That Frostheart Phoenix went down to the Teeth Breakers. The Plague Claw Catapult's gotten some pretty good shots off on these Spearmen, and then the Silverhelms earlier. Wow, dude. Oh, the High Elves are desperately trying to grab the #3 over here. Rangers coming out in an unexpected position. Skaven don't have anything up on this point right now. I don't think that they're going to get there well ahead of the Storm Vermin like they need to, though. More Storm Vermin going for the point. This is a make-or-break moment out here on the #1 objective. I mean, Skaven are still in a tricky spot. I mean, all it takes is 39 seconds, and it's going to be a win for W. Or, sorry, for Stofers. So W left-click cannot afford to slip up. And yeah, the Rangers and the Storm Vermin both get here at about the same time. All things being equal, the Storm Vermin should beat the Rangers anyways. They do get a last-second charge off, and ooh, immediately start bashing through these guys. Musk of Fear also getting thrown down there. Flensing Ruin in the late game with the unlimited power just continuing to provide value for Ikit, man. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Oh my god, the Oceanids. Getting destroyed, Rangers, Spearmen, all running 3,900 gold Ikit. Storm Vermin have been very mediocre. They've actually gotten some okay value, I guess. Although there have been a lot of subsequent summons of those Storm Vermin. I don't even know how many times they've all been coming out now. I'm pretty sure a couple of these Storm Vermin Sword and Board have come in 3 times at this point. Wolf Rats are cleaning up some Spearmen, doing a really good job with the Wolf Rats of just chasing stuff back. The Mist Mage, I think he really needed more magic. I mean, he has 2 summons. There's no freaking way he used all of his magic up with just the 2 Oceanite summons. I mean, you get like almost 100 magic. At the very least, you could bring like Walk Between Worlds or something, or the Writhing Mist. Just something provide a little bit more value for the High Elf army. Aisling also is just a terrible Lord option. He sucks, dude. Even on like a Sky Cutter, he doesn't really provide much value. Honestly, you'd be better bringing Tyrion on foot, if I'm being completely transparent. I know Aisling costs like 800 gold when you just pair all of his abilities off, but I don't even think that's worth. High Elves are a pretty Lord and Hero-centric faction, and you can find better ways to, like, play off of that. Eshin Triads fighting against the Mist Mage and the Ship's Company here. Oceanids are being used just to occupy the Storm Vermin Halberds out here, but the Skaven are fine. They've got the Triads, they've got the Doomflayers, they've got Ikit here, and they instantly clean up this very low-tier infantry. The Ship's Company, man, not built for fighting Storm Vermin. Much better against Clan Rats, obviously, but they met their match here against the elite warriors of Clan Moors. I mean, I guess it's Clan, it's Clan Moors helmed by, the leader of Clan Scryer, so don't read too far into it. Just standard Skaven, trickery there. Yeah, 2,200 on Teethbreakers. They were putting a lot of work that, really went under the radar. Dude, this one Rat Ogre was 1,600 value, man. Just get more Rat Ogres, brother. Rat Ogres slap against heavy cavalry. They are so good against Silver Helms. This is too many Silver Helms, honestly. Skaven, you don't really want to counter with mobility, to be honest. Expensive heavy cavalry like this is a huge waste against them. All you need is an Illyrian Reaver to compromise the back line to get, like, maximum value. Cut all the Silver Helms, get 3 Illyrian Reavers, and then just get more, Rangers and maybe some, like, Shadow Walkers for some shooting. Some stalked shooting would be really nice. You can use the Shadow Walkers to creep forward and just blast any of the Skaven, weapon teams that are, like, a little beat up or just even out of position. I mean, Shadow Walkers hard counter Teethbreakers, because they can just drop shots from 1,000,000 miles out of the range of the Teethbreakers and kill them in just like a volley or 2. Pretty good against Rat Ogres as well. The only thing they're weak to is the Doomflayers and the Catapults, really. Gutter Runners shouldn't be able to close ground because the Shadow Walkers are much longer range. You should be screening them anyways, and you can always just kind of pull back. and counterfire the gutter runners as they're trying to chase. Amazing game, though. I'm honestly really impressed with the ability of the Skaven player there. To continue the fight, that was a really rough opening engagement for the Skaven. I mean, they lost a lot of stuff, and their weapon team's getting run off into the Shadow Realm, while most of their front line was getting steamrolled, is the kind of moment where you've got to perfectly manage your pushback out onto the field if you're going to have a chance. And W did an amazing job of rallying himself, reconcentrating on a select few positions in the battlefield, and then punishing his opponent for not playing the points well. Yeah, you can teleport, can dodge Doombolt. The timing on it is a little funky. You have to wait for the Doombolt cloud to form, and then you can teleport. If you do it early, then the Doombolt just chases you across the map. Yeah, Ikit and the infinite value farming, dude. It's why he's always going to be the best Skaven Lord. I really would love to see, honestly, I'd really love to see our boy Skrulk get, excuse me, get a bit of a buff just by removing the limits on Liber Bubonicus and Rod of Corruption. Like, these are already pretty hard items to use. Just remove the limit on them. The 120-second cooldown is ages anyways. Like, just let Skrulk use his items endlessly. He's not that tanky. He doesn't get much value in melee combat. Like, I don't think it would be bad at all. You can absolutely just have Stinky Boy run around and use these abilities to his heart's content and not break him. I've been seeing a lot of Throt lately. Throt for the anti-snipe. And then the heals from Remoldered are looking pretty good nowadays. So there's some options for the Skaven. They don't just run Ikit all the time. He's still the most competitive and probably always will be, though. Nothing wrong with that. Let's get some more replays. Let me message Stofers. Please give me your replays, guys. I desperately want them. Where's our boy? Where's W left click, please? Brother, I need your replay. Give it to me. Oh, people are people are dropping them back in the Discord now. Okay. Okay, beautiful. I'm just messaging people to remind them about replays. See if we get any responses in return. Otherwise, we'll just settle in with what we've got available to us. Alright, give me that, and give me that too. Oh, Tomb King's Zinch is a pretty good one. Oh, yes. So Hogg's running more of what he was running against the Tomb Kings. Is it the exact same build? No, not quite. He's got a few different units in here. He's got more Orc Boy spears and the like. One less archer, and yeah, he does have Mogrubs. Okay, cool. Biggin, right out the gate as well. Oh, and a very wide Dark Shard line. Oh, just 2 Dark Shards, actually. It's a War Hydra and Doomfire Warlocks in the opener. Okay, Sparon going for a really cool Dark Elf build. Ooh, and Doombolt, Soul Stealer, all the spells out of the Lore of Dark Magic, actually. Except for one. What's he missing? Oh, Word of Pain. Word of Pain is kind of garbo. That's pretty hilarious. Running literally everything else, though, just to cover all his bases. Why not? You know, you can do it. I mean, feasibly, you never know what your opponent's going to run. Like, going for Doombolt snipes is nice, but not always guaranteed. Your opponent can bring, like, lords that are very durable against magic, or just, like, hide them all game. Soul Stealer can, like, blob punish. Same with Blade Wind, both of which Greenskins will do sometimes. Either with SEs, or the Blade Wind can punish, like, blobs of infantry if your opponent's not paying attention. Chill Wind can do some pretty nice damage. I wouldn't really be using it like that, though. Chill Wind's pretty good if you really want to, like, force your opponent to have to turn and fight, because Frostbite on this lasts for ages. It's a 20-second speed debuff. Mogrub's moving in, don't really find much of an opportunity to get anything done yet, but they're going to turn and shoot the War Hydra now. Immediately get a little bit of value out of that, and Doomfire Warlocks getting poked by the Goblin Wolf Rider Archers massively overextend here and get hard countered by the Moon Howlers and now the Broken Tusk Mob coming in, and these Doomfire Warlocks are going to die in record time here. So, Doomfire Warlocks are a pretty good unit if you can use all of their bound abilities, and you can pick and choose your engagements better than this. You really can't use them aggressively like that. They're a skirmish cav, honestly, more than they are like a traditional light cavalry unit. You want to get the lesser Doombolts off either on Lords, or just to like hit some infantry or cavalry that are blobbed up and do a little bit of damage to them that way. Elsewise, you wait for the front lines to collide, and then you use the Doomfires from the flank to try and, like, get rear charges, pull back, drag your opponent's mobility out of position, and then punish with Cold One Knights. Supreme Sorceress lands on top of the Mogrub's Mangy Marauders. Oh my god, that was a big mistake, because she gets hit by Fermented Fungi, and now the Broken Tusk Mob completely surrounding her here. War Hydra's pulling back, maybe looking for a breath attack. That would be really useful right now. It's like your best chance of maybe saving your lord right now. She gets hit by a Spirit Leech, though. Gets clobbered by the Night Goblin War Boss. And is now continuing to be locked down by all of these nasty little swarming elements underneath her. Down to only 600 HP. Hydra is pulling way back, trying to go to the high ground. Dark Elves going for a very risky flank here. The Dark Shards are just not going to do anything up here. Really good positioning by Feral Hogs. He's basically just denying the Dark Shards free volleys by keeping his units slightly out of range, but still holding on the number 2 objective. The Reaper Bolt Throwers are okay. They really don't do that much damage, though, so kind of wasting your time over here. Sparron really needs to pull his Coldwood Knights back. This happens sometimes as you're learning the game. You spread yourself out too much, and you don't realize just how bad your engagements are going across the field because you're not really focusing on anywhere long enough to get an advantage in any one spot, and your opponent is able to split their attention better as they start to build up more and more of a value lead. And this is one of the rare instances where I say this is a pretty true value lead. The only thing where you're not really getting a whole lot of value out of it until you actually kill it is the War Hydra. And it is routing right now. It's probably going to run all the way back to the trees. Honestly, if you keep the River Troll Hag chasing it for a minute, you can probably get it to run even farther back. Not that it really matters, though. Blackguard of Nagaron are on the way in. Really cool unit. I don't know about how good they might be in this matchup. They might be okay, but I can't see them being all that effective. Witch Elves get absolutely unga-bunged by Squig Herds and Stone Trolls. And Feral Hogs is looking to just absolutely completely take this one over. Lost a pretty rough first round. Oh man, but here in the second round, absolutely dominating the Dark Elves. Goblins and the Broken Tusk Mob got hit pretty hard by that breath attack. The Warhunter breath attacks have been pretty nice from Sparron. That's really about the only thing that's been going well for him. Loses the Lord early, loses all the Coldwood Knights over here, which is another big issue. I mean, these are such an expensive unit. You have got to get some big mileage out of these guys in this matchup if you're going to win. And they just got absolutely clobbered by infantry and skirmishers and like a couple boar boys just like rushing them down. Blackguard of Nagaron will grind here for a while, but they're going to lose out to all these bodies. They're not taking that point anytime soon at the very minimum. Mogrubs got 1100 value. Mind you, this unit costs a whopping 600 gold, guys. They are cheap as hell. You just let them shoot all their ammo, unsummon them as quickly as possible, and cycle them back out when you can. It really comes down to that and that alone, and it's immensely powerful and effective for the Greenskins. They can just take full advantage of the prowess of their bow units at this stage in the game's life cycle. Like, Greenskins have always had respectable archers, the Air Boys. But now with stuff like Rugloods and Mogrubs, they're just, honestly one of the best range factions in the game at this point, especially considering how well they can support those backline elements with their front line. Doomfire Warlocks are getting a little bit of a breakthrough. It's not a whole lot of healthy infantry here, so they are kind of getting steamrolled. Witch Elves are surrounding the River Troll Hag right now, and putting her in the bone zone. She got torn up by these bare naked ladies and their murderous mastery and the witch brew. Now you got the War Hydra on top of her doing some good damage, but she's going to be able to walk away. Kind of weird that Hydras don't have flaming attacks, considering they literally have an ability called Fiery Breath, but okay, whatever. It's just one of those weird things. Dark Shards finally rotating off the high ground, getting just absolutely chewed up, though, by Squig Herds and Boar Boys. Harpies try to come in to help them out, but it's just a lost cause at this point over there. And out here on this flank, we've got some Snotling Pump Wagons coming in and running into the Blackguard of Nagaron, doing some good damage. Savage Orc Boar Boys also nibbling on these guys, and they're not going to be much longer for this world. They do grind out about 230 kills, just about. The issue is that they got only about 2/3 of their value back. They're a very expensive unit. Blackguard of Nagaron are really cool, though, and I think maybe if you want to play with them, the best thing you can do is probably go mobility heavy and just use the Blackguard of Nagaron as an anchor point for your formation. Like, keep them out on a side point, bring a bunch of repeater crossbows and Doomfire Warlocks and Cold One Knights. Just poke and prod your opponent until they get forced to push their own mobility out. And just use the Blackguard of Nagaron to, like, deter units from following your own. Like, retreating through them and whatnot. The biggest thing that the Dark Elf players should focus on here is not overextending with the mobility. Like, just play more tucked in. Like, you had all these static elements over here, and then all of your mobility on the complete opposite end of the field, none of which was working together at all, and just got beaten piecemeal. One of the most important skills you can practice is your formational discipline. Like, choose a section of your army that you really want to focus on as like your primary, as just your primary focus. You know, like, oh, I want to go infantry heavy, and I want to bring a few supporting elements around that. Oh, I want to try a full kite build, and I want to play around that. Don't try to get too cute. The simpler you keep it for yourself, the better, because trust me when I say, unless you're playing from space, you're gonna forget units, especially as you're a new player, you know? Like, you're looking over here and you're, like, clicking on all your Dark Shards, and you just forget about your Cold One Knights that are all the way on the other side of the field getting absolutely destroyed by the rest of your opponent's units. It's very easy to get hyper-fixated on just one or two things, instead of seeing the whole battlefield, which is by far the most important thing you can do, is keeping track of all your units, knowing when and where you need to unsummon, and just, you know, get on the objectives, like cap a point, make sure you're holding at least one, skirmish with your opponent. If you have the advantage in the front line, you cap 2 points. Sit there and try and force your opponent into you, and then you can learn the game from there. Bleak Swords are moving up, you got Harpies fighting, that's just gonna be a big GG. Feral Hogs taking Sparon down without too many issues. Good value, pretty much across the board. Orc Boarboy, or sorry, the Orc Biggins, not the Boarboy Biggins. Orc Biggins didn't do much, but the Archers were absolutely feasting. Ruglets with their traditional 1,000+ value. Savage Orc Airboys both almost doubling up on it. Probably would have given a little bit more time. Mogrubs doubled their value. Shocker, I know. Squig Herds did well. Stone Trolls did really good this game as well. And Moon Howlers were solid. Yeah, there we go. Just a nice, solid wall of reinforcing infantry. Lots of mid-cost units for the Greenskins, which is really where their cost efficiency shines. Dark Elves ended up getting some good value out of the Doomfire Warlocks after they were resummoned. It's too many elites. Way too many elites in this reserve army. Against the Greenskins, you're going to want a little bit less armored infantry, because the Greenskins have tons of answers to stuff like Harganath Executioners and Blackguard of Nagaron. I mean, like, Stone Trolls staying on top of infantry, Snotling Pump Wagons rear charging, Squig Herds mixed into, like, Savage Orcs, who are already a pretty decent unit. You got all these freaking Archers. These are very bad units in this matchup. They are not worth it. You're way better off. Let's see what we could feasibly bring as the Dark Elves to try and punish all of those units. Got all that stuff that you gotta account for. Probably, honestly, Bloodrak Medusas. Instead of going for the Reaper Bolt Throwers, just get a Bloodrak Medusa. Way better long-range poke tool than the War Hydra is. War Hydra only gets 3 breath attacks. Bloodrak Medusa is 30 ammo, and can easily get 200 plus 300 kills shooting at chaff infantry. She's got pretty good range. So the Bloodrak Medusas you can use to safely poke from afar away from the Rugloods and the Orc Airboys. You gotta dodge some shots from the Rugloods, because they're a little longer range than the other infantry. But regardless, the Medusa is a pretty safe choice. Yeah, get your Bleak Swords, get your Dark Shards, make sure they got shields. I'd even go 3 Dark Shards, get the Medusa. Pare down the Supreme Sorceress even more. You're going for Dark Magic, okay. You want Power of Darkness, you want, Blade Wind and Doombolt, I would say, nowadays. Both are really good spells. You don't need Spiteful Conjuration. Don't need to put her on a Pegasus either. You want to make her as cheap as possible. If you want to run her like this is perfectly fine. You just keep her far away from the front line, you bully with the magic, and make sure that your opponent doesn't get any free opportunities to snare her with Fermented Fungi or Mither or Spirit Leecher without using the overcasted version. Although, truthfully, if you really want to run a good Lord against the Greenskins... Oh, there he is. You just run this dork with his Scourgerunner Chariot and Tormentor Sword, and you get a really nice snare. Can totally disrupt your opponent's timing on their attacks. You get a very strong missile with a ton of ammunition. The Scourgerunner is really powerful. You can use this guy to wombo combo off of the Bloodrack Medusa if your opponent tries to use some Boar Boys to compromise this thing. You just have the Beastmaster nearby to use Tormentor Sword and allow it an opportunity to escape, and then you can countercharge the Cold One Knights. Stuff like that is just really, really effective against those big, swarmy type of factions, because it really completely disrupts their ability to maneuver by being locked down, even if it's just for the 9 seconds. And it should give you plenty of time to be able to bring up some reserves to kind of hammer home and keep them honest. And you can always just bring a basic Sorceress. And you can play more aggressively with the Sorceress. You don't have to worry about her getting sniped quite as much. And you can still bring, like, the same spells. You can just do this. Cut these and get her down to 895 gold. I mean, dirt cheap for 2 really powerful spells. And if you want Blade Wind as well, you can add it in and get the 1033. I don't know if you have to have Doombolt against the Greenskins. Sniping their lords is nice, but making sure that you can clear out all their infantry, I think, is probably a little more important. Maybe you bring it anyways, or maybe you just run Soul Stealer. And just try and blob punish with this. It's probably actually better to go Soul Stealer, because if there's Colossal Squigs usually are running around in a pair. You can use Soul Stealer to kind of hammer them. I don't know how likely that is for the Greenskins to bring, because you've got plenty of options as the Dark Elves to kind of punish those big monsters. Yeah, you probably wouldn't see them. I really like Black Ark Corsair handbows. Really solid infantry for the price point with a good amount of ammo. Hard-hitting missile, even though it doesn't have a lot of AP. It fires 2 projectiles. It does a lot more damage than you might think just looking at it on paper. They're also not bad at melee combat. They can double up on that duty if it's beating up on something like a bunch of goblins or whatever. You still got 1250 gold, do whatever you want with that. Mix and match. Get some Witch Elves in here. Witch Elves are really good at clearing out bodies. And yeah, that's nice, because you got the Soul Stealer for the big stuff if you really need it. High Beastmaster can also poke. The Medusa can double up with the bonus versus large in the late game. She's used all her ammo clearing out numbers. You got Cold One Knights as well. You can get some repeater crossbows if you really want. I think 1 Feral Manticore could be really strong here. You've got 1 Source of Terror with the Medusa. Having another one could probably give you enough flexibility to maneuver around with both these monsters and tear out different positions at the same time. It could be pretty massive. If you really want You can bring one Blackguard of Nagaron in reserve, and, what do you do with 1,100 gold? Oh, yeah, get some Dark Riders. Dark Riders are a really solid, like, cheap cavalry unit. They can go after the, Goblin Wolf Raiders, and all those really tricky little guys. And if you don't want to do that, then I guess you can run a Doomfire Warlock for the more elite option. This kind of keeps the same intent of that last build we saw, but is probably going to be a little more stable in terms of usage. Alright, we got a couple more games. Let me get these. Place this file. Oh god, please get me out of big screen mode on Steam. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Spare me. Oh my god. I didn't want this. My god. The dreaded big picture mode. Oh, we didn't watch that other autosave. Oh, we'll go back to it. That's okay. Let's get a round 3 game between Zinch and the Lizardman going. Let's see how Gearwick does against Regis. We've got Kairos. We've got the build that we saw earlier, actually, from Regis. Running pretty much, actually running the exact same thing. Unless Kairos has swapped up the magic any, which I don't really think you should. It's a pretty good spell combo, those two. Going up against Nakai, though, and Heavens, Skink, Starchamber Guardians are a cool choice. Not a bad choice either, honestly. I mean, Starshipper Guardians are a really good unit. You just don't see them get chosen a lot because they're a little slow and static. I have seen them do insane work against stuff like vampire counts, though. They're an unbreakable unit as long as they're near their lord. So if they play around Nakai, they can get some huge buffs and also just never ever break. Ancient Salamanders moving in, really strong skirmish tools for the Lizardmen. Very fast monsters with 75 speed. Not great in melee combat, but they do actually have a little bit going for them there. The shooting is what really is the selling point on these things. They're not very good against cavalry, though. Would not waste my time shooting at those. Just use them to chip down the Forsaken. And what you do against the Marauder Horsemen of Zinch here is you just screen them out with your Starchamber Guardians and your Source Warriors, because they'll waste all their ammo trying to shoot down these Guardians and just never really be able to finish them off. Yeah, just a couple models being lost. Nice, nice Wind Blast. Taking a little bit of HP off these guys. You want to use... So there's two different skirmish units that seem fairly similar on paper, but function incredibly differently in reality. Ancient Salamanders and the Bastiladons. Bastiladons with the solar engines are much better at shooting Marauder Horsemen and stuff like this. Very good at chipping them down. Ancient Salamanders, very good at chipping down Forsaken, whereas the Solar Engines are very bad at doing that. And it's because of the AP split and the way that the missiles work. Solar Engine missiles pierce through models a lot better, so they're better against Cav for that reason. And the Ancient Salamander shots have more explosive damage. And the radius is fairly small, but it does mean that when it hits against infantry, and it explodes, the damage is very concentrated, so it'll take 5 or 6 models out in a fairly tight area. Even more potentially, depending on what it is and where it hits them. Star Chamber Guardian's getting bullied by that Firestorm right there. That is pretty horrific. It's a very expensive unit to see getting farmed by magic like that. It was more than half their HP, but they're still alive. There's still Rev Crystal healing, too. Might even be worth trying to heal them up now. They're definitely the best target. They'd be really clutch in the late game. Exalted Flamer roasting some of its own Forsaken more than it is the Saurus here. Doesn't really want to shoot Nakai either. Nakai is not really a good target for the Exalted Flamer. Single entities are one of the few units that it does not do great damage against. And again, friendly fire against the Zangors. As it's focusing the wrong target, you got Chaos Warrior Halberds moving up. Rev Crystal did drop the heal for the Star Chamber Guardians, and look at this, just really smart, man. Using these guys to kind of screen and draw the aggro from the Marauder Horsemen. Ancient Sallies are getting to shoot, finally doing some good damage to some infantry. Oh my god, Ace on the Fallen coming out. That's freaking sick. Drops Maelstrom of Change and the Ripperdactyls. Wow, and punishing this attempt at killing the Exalted Flamer with a really good charge from Aeson. Getting in against the Rippers, he's getting that Mutalith, the Aura of Mutation going, the Mortis Engine. Starting to suck the life out of everything. Even against stuff like Nakai and the Rev Crystal, this still does pretty effective damage. You can see he's already got 400 value. Definitely doesn't want to sit in here, though. Not with the Chaos Warrior Halberds routing out. Beautiful Firestorm, once again tossing a bunch of Saurus and just absolutely destroying the unit. Ton of models being dropped on these guys. A huge blob of them got locked up in the immediate vortex. Aeson clearing out a few Saurus here, just doing some slam, wham-a-lam combos. Colin Spear Riders coming in, though. If they surround Aeson, they can pull him down pretty quickly. The problem with Aeson, he's a freaking gigantic model, and it's very easy for anti-large stuff to surround him and get insane damage off on him. Tier 3 army ability coming down to punish this massive blob around Aeson, though. Wow, and deleting the entire blob that the Lizardmen have here. But Nakai stands tall. Nakai is not giving up the fight against Aeson either. Aeson with 1400 value already is pretty nice, but Gearwick is really starting to run away with this game. You can see the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are very low. They've taken a lot of damage. Maybe even getting hammered by... No, Scheme Priest hasn't really contributed much. Ancient Salamanders have been getting some nice value against the infantry, but what killed all these freaking Marauder Horsemen? Cohort of Waddle is just coming up. I have no idea what happens to them, but anyways, we've got a little Uranus Thunderbolt going down there, doing a good bit of damage and actually breaking up the Marauder Horsemen enough and allowing the Star Chamber Guardians to do what they do best, which is sit on a position and just be annoying. Aeson getting pushed back, Nakai and the Ancient Salamanders able to get rid of him. Source Warriors over here holding firm, still on Rev Crystal, and them need to turn around and get rid of these Chaos Warrior Halberds. Stacked on top of one another with the Rev Crystal healing the Saurus should be pretty easy. It's got 6 heals left. Ripperdactyls with 2,000 value killed the Exalted Flamer and now really tearing Kairos apart. Living up to the name for sure, man. They did some great damage pretty quickly. Yeah, those Chaos Warrior Halberds getting bullied by the Ancient Sallies at this point. Feral Cold One's on the way in. And Aeson dead? Aeson died that freaking fast? Oh, he escaped with 193 HP, man. He's got 33 HP on the barrier. Oh, he rallies. You can unsummon him. That's painful, though. I don't know what Regis is going to do at this point. Gearwick's a great game, by the way. Really great performance. Punishing Tzeentch for getting into melee against Nakai. He got a good Primal Roar and Miasma of Despair off during this game, I saw. Ripped the Forsaken front line apart as a result. You know, I guess that Source front line, even though they got buckled pretty quickly, I guess they really did trade out pretty nice. I mean, way better than the Tzeentch infantry have, that's for sure. So the Source over here are going to go down, but it's fine because they're providing a little bit of time for the Rev Crystal to move over and get on top of the cohort of Waddle and Nakai now. Nakai gets a big Rev Crystal heal. It's a 10% heal over 20 seconds. Good chunk of change for a guy who's got 7,300 HP. Just to get him above half health. Kind of get him out of the danger zone. Blue Fire and like the Tier 2 Tzeentch army ability could snipe Nakai a little bit. You definitely don't want that to happen, so playing very cautiously here is definitely the right move, just making sure that your Lord does not go down to any chicanery. Maelstrom of Change being used once more on the cohort of Quaddle this time, and the Spawn of Tzeentch get into a really bad combat. You cannot send Spawn of Tzeentch in alone. They're just not built for an engagement against the cohort like this. They get absolutely rocked. Because the cohort of Waddle of Perfect Vigor ward save from Golden Tributes from Nakai, they're just a rock-solid unit that you do not want to scrap with in a fair fight. Tier 3 army ability once again going down, getting good damage on the Rev Crystal. It actually takes some direct hits, loses about 300 HP. Does avoid the rest of the damage though. The cohort of Waddle are pretty healthy here, still have 15 models. Rev Crystal Heal should come online in a minute for them. Probably another 20 to 30 seconds. And they'll be able to throw something out. Ancient Salamanders don't have a lot of value here. Ooh, Rev Crystal going down on the Star Chamber Guardians instead. Ooh, the cohort of Waddle being sacrificed a little bit. Potentially gonna die here for very little gain. I don't know. I guess they've gotten 1,700 value. That's how much they cost. The thing about the cohort of Waddle is because they have like Perfect Vigor and some other really good stats, you really want to see them grind for the duration of possible time you have them out on the field. You really want to like maximize every little bit of value out of them since they're such an elite, expensive unit. Look at the Star Chamber Guardians and Nakai just absolutely face-rolling these Forsaken, brutalizing them in record timing. Nakai with 2,200 value. The Star Chamber Guardians only have about 500, but they've eaten a lot of damage and still come out alive. And on top, I guess. Bastillodon is on its last legs. Maybe you can get one more Rev Crystal heal out. Honestly, it'd be worth it. It's gotten 400, 500 value almost. Just from fighting in melee. One more heal, and I would say it's paid off about 1,000 values worth. Exalted Flamer, I think, has done more damage to the Tzeentch forces than it has the Lizardmen. It's really caused some serious issues for the durability of all of these forces for the God of Chaos. Beautiful Tzeentch's Firestorms again from Kairos. He's absolutely been farming with that this game. He's gotten 3,400 value. Exalted Flamer finally getting some good damage off on an appropriate target. Ripperdactyl's getting hammered pretty hard there. Silver Chevron Ripperdactyls. I don't think they came up with a single one. And ending off with a good amount. Uranid's Thunderbolt going down on the Exalted Flamer and a good dodge. Really nice dodge, in fact. Feral Cold One's being routed. The Cold One Riders got run back. They've been bullied pretty hard by Kairos this game. Kairos gets fully surrounded by the Ripperdactyls now, though. Ooh, and the Feral Cold One's getting in on him. Are they going to kill Kairos? That's going to be... that's definitely going to be the deciding play. I mean, I think Tzeentch is dead anyways. Because they have no cap weight on the ground, really. They've got one objective, but they're barely holding it because the Lizardmen just haven't gotten anything over here. Kairos squeaks away. Maybe, just maybe, there's a way for Tzeentch to win this one. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going for it. Rev Crystal gets finished off by a beautiful blue fire from Kairos. He's probably got, yeah, 3,600 value. Forsaken, yeah, those Chain Lightnings have been missing all game, man. Just not hitting a single one of them. Only 400 value out of the Skink Priest. Lamprey's Bite going down, hitting the Star Chamber Guardians, doing a little damage to them. Nothing crazy, though. Last of the cohort of Waddle hanging around, and Shrieking Skyrays are going to land on Nakai here. Yeah, cohort of Waddle are going to engage. Nakai should just turn around. I think maybe they could somehow fight them off here. I guess he can't really turn his back to the Flamer, though. Flamer has gotten some good value the second time around. Can't help but feel like the micro could have been maximized, though, to prevent friendly fire in the early game, and Zine should probably be in a better spot now. Beautiful collapse on the Forsaken here. Punishing the Zinch forces for getting up on this objective. They're kind of desperate. They have to. There's not really a choice. The Lizardmen are going to steal this objective just as Zinch flips the other one. Ooh, but another Zinch's Firestorm. Oh my god. Ew. Oh no, not another Spear Rider. Oh, dude. That is the third or fourth Spear Rider that's been absolutely glassed by these freaking spells, man. The 4,600 value Kairos, maybe in another life, could have carried this game. Zinch making a little bit of a push, but the Lizards, man, Lizards are just so good at bringing out reinforcements. They've got lots of mid-range options in terms of price. They've got really expensive stuff that can work pretty well, too. It's a really expensive Lizardman build, by the way. Only 17 units in each army. But you can see that the priority for the Lizardmen has been getting Capweight out. They've been bringing a lot of Spear Riders and the like, but getting a Source Warrior up to recap the number 3 objective and comboing that with a cheap Feral Cold one just to get rid of the Zangor is just brilliant. I mean, that's how you want to manage your contests onto objectives. Really couldn't pick a better set of units to kind of play off of one another there. Each one individually pretty resilient against the Zangors, but not an overwhelming favorite at just dragging them down hyper efficiently. But you fix the Saurus, rear charge the Ferals, and suddenly you've got an absolutely crushing victory for yourself. Rev Crystal comes in, I just heal Nakai. Yep, Nakai gets a big heal. It's going to get up to about 1,600 HP here. Gets him out of the danger zone of being sniped by a blue fire. And that's going to be a tap out from our Zinch player. Just couldn't get enough ground reinforcements on the field. And the Lizards, man, with just the tattered remains of units, just hanging on by the skin of their freaking teeth. So this matchup is one where I would not go Chaos Knights, and I would actually bring the Centigores instead. Because here, Cold One Knights lose to stuff like Spear Riders, because Spear Riders have so much more armor and AP, and the Centigores are a little faster than Spear Riders, to the point that they can actually run away from them, whereas Chaos Knights of Zinch have a little bit of a hard time. And they can just hammer into the flank of Spear Riders and just run away without getting punished too hard. They're really good at cycle charging here. Just one of those would have been very helpful. In fact, you can cut the Chaos Knight and the Spawn of Zinch and get 2 Centigores with the Great Weapons instead. I do think Spawn of Zinch can be pretty good. I don't think this is a good matchup for them, though. Marauder Horsemen of Zinch you probably don't want to bring either. Not against the Lizards. Lizards have a lot of anti-skirmish tools, especially Marauder Horsemen. Like, they're not bad at poking the big monsters, but they do lack a little bit of AP, and the minus 10 armor is not that good on them. Kairos was incredible. You honestly might want to think about just bringing some pink horrors. Pink horrors are really not bad against lizards. They can shoot skink skirmishers and chameleon skinks up pretty badly. They're fairly cheap. They're pretty fast, so they can actually run away from Saurus. And they've got enough combat stats that they can hold their own against stuff like skinks. Because of the fear-causing attribute in Fizzres, they might even beat skinks in numbers. As long as they're not getting completely surrounded. And they've got some decent AP on their shooting. They got a lot of ammo, so they could punish the lizardmen. And especially stop them from healing with flaming attacks. Soul Grinders of Tzeentch really aren't that good anymore. Aeson is a cool unit, but I don't know if he's good against lizards. Salamander hunting packs and chameleon skinks and just Shredder of Lestria and a lot of different things are going to absolutely smack him around. I think he's probably a little too risky. Knights of Immolation would be better, just for like a really good mobility control piece, and Searing Torrent. If it's not getting nuked by Kairos, you can always just fly overhead and just drop Searing Torrent and just delete them that way. They can control Ripperdactyls as well, if you just back them up with like a Fury. And you can get both of those units for the price of Aeson. Yeah, it's $1350 versus $2,500. You can save yourself a little bit of money. Maybe get something else in reserve. I really liked the Exalted Flamer. I think it's a really good choice. You just really gotta be careful with it. Honestly, this is pretty foreboding. In terms of matchups. This is one of the worst ones for Tzeentch, I think. And I honestly couldn't tell you why it is that the Lizardmen of all factions just so badly counter Tzeentch. I think it's just because Lizards are good at everything in a way that just maxes out on cost efficiency that Tzeentch is just not well suited to go up against. Lizards just don't lack an option for any of Tzeentch's really good units. And it kind of comes down to build and playing pretty perfectly for Tzeentch players to kind of win this matchup. You just can't fumble any of your units, because if you do, and in the late game you just don't have bodies on the field, you're just going to get swallowed up by skinks on the points. They're just going to swarm you and surround you and steal all the objectives away. I hate Ancient Salamanders are really annoying. They're such a fun unit, though. They're amazing. Ancient Sallies. Yeah, Ancient Salamanders are decent against pinks, because they're infantry, and you can do a lot of damage to the barrier with the Ancient Salamander shots. It's not great because pinks just have a really big barrier amount. They have a ton. They have the biggest barrier of pretty much any unit other than Exalted Pink Horrors. Everything else kind of pales in comparison to them. Outside of, Aeson, who's also got 1400, but he's in melee, so he's going to take a lot more damage easily. Pink Horrors, if you're poking him at range at the Salamanders, it's going to take like 2 shots, I think, to break through the barrier, but then you can start killing models really efficiently. It's not ideal. The best thing you can do to clear Pink Horrors is Lizardmen, is to get some Skink Cohort Javelins. Do your best to get multiple of them in range of the Pink Horrors and javelin them down that way. Really, though, as Lizardmen, you shouldn't have any trouble against Tzeentch. You can mix and match your build really aggressively. The only thing you really need to make sure that you always have an answer for is Changebringers. Changebringers are a nightmare unit for the Lizardmen if they cannot stop them from just absolutely demolishing your army. But you've got Ripperdactyls, you've got some good debuffs on Heaven's Magic. with the passive, like, slowing any flyers. Battlefield wide, I mean, it affects everything. I didn't check to see if you had it, but I'm sure you had Roiling Skies. Absolutely incredible. Indispensable, even. You don't have to run Nakai, by the way. Honestly, one of the funnier things I've seen is one of the top players, Charix, runs Oxyotl into Tzeentch, and he just uses Oxyotl to kill everything Tzeentch has. Oxyotl can shoot Kairos out of the air, he can shoot the Changebringers down, he can counter-shoot Exalted Flamers pretty safely. As long as he's got Master Predator active, he gets extra range and unspottable and snipe. He's really ridiculous. This guy is like the king of anti-Tzeentch duties. That's how he is in campaign. It's literally who he fights to start off his campaign, and you can just maximize value out of him. I've seen Oxy get close to 3k value against Tzeentch, and do it fairly easily without taking too much damage either. Your opponent has to go really hard in the paint to find him as well, because he is basically invisible with this ability active. It's the only one you really need. You don't want to get him in melee combat, so just ignore Slippery. Golden Blowpipe of Ptui is kind of funny. It's an okay item. It's not really that good. You might actually want to bring it against Tzeentch, though, because it does bust barriers up pretty nicely at 200-meter range, which is awesome, and you get unlimited uses on it. And skirmish games tend to be the longest games in domination mode. If it's just two Unga Bunga factions, like Khorne and Greenskins, or Greenskins and Beastmen, the games are pretty quick sometimes, because people are just, like, mashing against one another. Like, dueling at range games can be very push and pull. And you can get a lot of mileage out of stuff like the Golden Blowpipe in a game like that. So I think it'd be worth bringing, and then you can just fill out with whatever. I mean, you can really just, you can go Bastillodon, Solar Engine, you can go Ancient Salamanders, literally any of the shooting for Lizardmen is going to be good here. Amazon Barbaras, and the Ancient Salamander, or the regular Salamander hunting packs. We saw how good the Ancient Salamanders were that game. You can even go Stegodons or Troglodons. Those are a little bit more specialist tools, though. I wouldn't really recommend them until you really know what you're doing with the Lizardmen. Stick with the more standard units just to get a good handle on all of your like mainstay forces, and then get into some of the more off-meta stuff that is just like really good mix-up tools. I need to go find... Need to go find our long-lost video. I gotta share this with somebody real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. Boop. There we go. Okay, we're getting into some of the later rounds. Ancient Sallies, you're too fast for what they are. You can maybe argue that. I mean, they're pretty squishy. Ancient Salamanders don't have that much HP. They're a lot flimsier than the Bastillodons. Ancient Salamanders are way more broken when they had, like, close to 7,000 HP or something crazy. God, what did they have when they were released, even? You'd have to go way back to see about it. You know, back to the Warhammer 2 days. I'm pretty sure they had close to like 7.5k HP when they were released, which was bonkers. I mean, they were impossible to kill back in Warhammer 2. At 6,100 HP, yeah, they've got 95 armor, but they lack leadership. They're actually fairly flimsy on the leadership front. Bastiladons, for whatever reason, seem to hold better with 65 leadership than the Salamanders. I think it has something to do with the perfect vigor from the solar engine, obviously, but also the immune to flanking effect that solar engines get. Ancient Sallies are definitely annoying. They're really quick and they can cause a lot of problems, but once they're out of ammo, they're not that great in terms of utility. They're fairly easy to kill in melee combat with the right kinds of units and surrounds. And they just don't debuff like the solar engines do. Solar engines are honestly more annoying because of the blinded effect, and in the late game, yeah, they're not like great melee combatants, but they actually are kind of annoying because of the immune to flanking. They're really tough to kill, even when you get a surround on them. Sweet. Alright, we got a game from Stofers here. Let's see if he can get a little bit of revenge for his first round game. Oh, yes! Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so Gear, you definitely know what you're doing with the lizards. You're bringing some, fairly, like, different types of builds. Curious to see how you use the Skink Oracle. It's a really strong character, and Krotgar with the Oracle is actually a great combo, and always has been. I've been seeing people use it a little more lately. Yeah, you got Earthblood and Windblast, so going for a little bit of mobility control. Krotgar's on his Horned one, I assume. Yeah, he's on the Horned one. He's got Hand of the Gods, shocker, and Sacred Spawning, definitely a good call. It's just nice to be able to boost his Vigor up, and it does give him Fizz Res as well, so it's just Foe Seeker, but better. Foe Seeker, but actually useful, I guess, is really how you can put it. Chameleons and Illyrian Reaver Archers are poking a little. Now that there's a Silver Helm and Eltharion is up here, you definitely don't want to stick around. Kind of a hazardous place to be. The Skink Oracle is going to deter some of these mobility tools, though. Actually forces the High Elves back. I actually don't think the High Elves really need to move back here. They can see the Salamander hunting pack. And they can just use the Silver Helms to charge down the Chameleon Skinks. Get the ship's company up. Eltharion can engage here, and then the Illyrian Reaver Archers can poke the Salamanders until the Silver Helms can, like, move and push back over here and try and take these guys down. It is kind of hazardous to engage this far away from all your units, though, and the Silver Helms get cracked right now by the Salamander hunting packs. And that Wind Blast, I forget about the Wind Blast, that slowed these guys up really badly, and they get punished hardcore for their efforts at getting in there. Big casualties in the Silver Helms. I still think it's worth pushing back the Lizardmen over here for a moment, though. One thing that you could do, though, again, you gotta rotate a little bit sometimes. Like, this isn't the worst frontline engagement to take in the world, but Sora's Warriors are pretty... they're pretty ferocious against the White Lions. White Lions are really not a very good unit, if I'm being honest. They're kind of bad, even. You see that they're matching up okay for the time being against the Saurus. Saurus Spear's holding up a lot better than the Saurus Warriors with the cudgels, actually. Eltharion getting chunked right now by the Salamander hunting pack fire. Skink Oracle definitely wants to start shooting with the Troglodon ammo. Does a lot of work against these big single entity type units. Mistwalker Barrage about to come down. A Terror Route on the Source Warriors immediately causing problems for the Lizardmen. And this Mistwalker Barrage hammering the poor Horned ones. Yeah, Ocean and Altharian holding up nicely, but Altharian's starting to look a little beat up. Where's Krokar? Krokar's in the back line. He's trying to squeeze around the flank. And collapse on... Oh, man. That is a beautiful Hand of the Gods, by the way. Hand of the Gods on that archer just completely killed that unit in one shot. Trying to get after Altharian, though. Crocky, Balboa, and Altharian the Grim going fisticuffs right now. Mistwalker Barrage coming down, but not hitting anything. That's the one problem with it, is that you can't actually target it. You know, as like an active ability. It's just a passive that drops every 30 seconds or whatever. Right, yeah, every 30 seconds. It's crazy strong, though. It's very, very powerful, but sometimes it does miss. Just because it'll proc whenever it does, and things are either around you or they're not. Company of the Calendarians being a little annoying, but a beautiful Earthblood. Nice Earthblood, hitting all the targets it possibly can. Coldwind Spear Riders, Source Warriors, and Krokar getting some huge heals right there. And the Lizardmen are starting to outpace the High Elves on the low ground there a little bit, I would say. Ooh, but a beautiful Silverhelm charge downhill into the Chameleon Skinks, just destroying these poor little guys. Oh my gracious. Silverhelm's getting their revenge against the Chameleons right now. Absolutely steamrolling them. They killed a lot of models because they keep knocking them down the hill. This is something that people probably have not pointed out too often in matches. On downhill charges from cavalry, if you hit a unit and they're up here, say, and the cavalry knock the models far enough, fall damage exists. I'm sure you've seen units fall off the walls in siege battles and die. It's the same if they're on a hill. They don't have to go that far either. I mean, it can be from the top of that hill down to about here, which is kind of what happened to a lot of these guys. I'd be willing to bet about half these models died from impact on the ground. Because the Silverhelms have a lot more kills than... or have a lot fewer kills, rather, than they should, considering how that skink was almost full health when they got charged, and they're all dead now. Silverhelm's got 50 kills, and they did do a decent amount of damage to this other one. It's worth remembering and keeping in mind. Salamander Hunting Pack's getting charged down by fresh Silverhelm over here. Krokar is holding firm and doing his thing, trying to save the rest of the Lizardmen front line. The Skink Oracle has not really gotten good value so far. And Coldwind Riders are really starting to get punished by Altharian and the Silverhelm swarms. That's one of the risks of running too many Salamander hunting packs and Lizardmen shooting in general, is that they are incredibly weak in melee combat. Lizardmen are very much a combined arms faction. They really need each of their individual tools to be in the right kinds of fights to maximize value. And if they get caught out in the wrong situation, they can downtrade pretty horrifically. So Skink Oracle's doing a little bit of stomp and bonk on the archers right now. Good wind blast over the top of them. 700 value on those guys. Storm Riders out on the field. Storm Riders are a great unit, man. Really, really strong hybrid missile piece. They can fire while moving, and they have Vanguard deployment, so they're very easy to get into a position to immediately start providing value. Good melee defense in the 50s for a Lothern Sea Guard. The only weakness on them is the lack of armor. They lack armor, and their HP is pretty low. But because they're an ROR and they're so accurate and they fire so much faster than most other missile units, they usually outtrade things at range with 165 meter range. And then they just sit on an objective and really start to lock down points. So Lizards are having a hard time getting all the units in that they really want and need for this late game situation. They've lost most of their front line now, and honestly, the White Lines of Trace did a lot better than I was expecting. They held their own end of the bargain up for a change. Normally, they just get folded up trying to fight anything in melee combat that's got like a bigger HP pool than them. They're usually quite weak to stuff like that, but the High Elves were able to keep them in 1v1 fights with Eltharion flying around and getting lots of Mistwalker barrage value, rear charging and getting terror routes, and really breaking up the source in a way that allowed the White Lions to get more optimal fights than they otherwise might have. Silver Helms have been pretty disruptive as well. Cohort of Waddle are surrounding Eltharion. Eltharion is getting punched down right now. He is getting hammered. Needs to get out of here. Needs desperately to get an Apo on himself. Good charge with the Fireborn, though. Fireborn against the Cohort of Waddle should be a really nice situation for the High Elves. You can see how much damage these AP anti-large cavalry are doing to these more generalist lizardmen monstrous infantry. Cohort of Waddle, like I said, are a great unit, but they really are something that needs, you know, just a little bit of support, something underneath them for these more heavy-duty fights against more specialized pieces like the Fireborn. They are proccing the Dazed effect on these guys, and they're keeping them in check. They're gonna retreat the Fireborn now. Cohort of Waddle are gonna continue holding their position for the time being. What do we have characters-wise available, units-wise, for the Lizardmen? Krotgar is on death's bed. He's struggled pretty badly. He's just really not been able to get good value against Eltharion, but he gets a beautiful Hand of the Gods off there. Takes about 800 HP off of Eltharion. And the Fireborn kind of twiddling their thumbs out in the open field, getting shot up by the Skink Oracle. And yeah, the Skinks and the Salamander Hunting Pack, not really that effective against these guys, but HP damage is HP damage, and the Cohort of Waddle engaging against them, just in a head-up fight now, probably going to give enough of an opportunity for the Lizards to clear these guys out now. Are the Lizards going to be able to recontest any other points, though? They've got Colden Spear Riders on the way in. Those can definitely maybe take down the Illyrian Reaver Archers. The Thresh Silverhelm, though, coming in against the Chameleon Stalkers, that's going to be really disgusting. Ooh, they get absolutely plowed over. And normally this wouldn't be the end of the world for the Chameleon Stalkers, because they have pretty good melee defense, but Silverhelms have excellent sustained combat stats. 35 and 37 here, as you can see. They're going to be able to sit on top of the Skink unit and just chew down on their 40 armor. And 20% Phys Res and some poison is nice, but it's not saving their bacon here in this engagement. Chameleon Skinks are also compromised by the Silverhelm, so they're taking some unnecessary damage here too. You got more Oceanids, more Silverhelms going in against the Coldwind Spear Riders. Skink Oracle with 1700 value is really trying to put the game on his back right now. Krotgar is hiding bravely in the forest. Cudgel Coldwind Riders on the way in. Salamanders with some good value, 1322 right now. Storm Riders are out of ammunition. Have paid for themselves already, so everything else is gravy. Silverhelms are mopping up a lot of these Skinks. I think the High Elves are going to win just because they're so far ahead on points. Yeah, the big thing, Gearwick, I think you went a little too heavy on Sally's early. Salamander Hunting Pack are good. I like the Skink Oracle and Krotgar. Probably want to play a little closer together with those guys, though. And maybe, arguably, you don't really want too many big monsters against the High Elves. Unless you're going for the Shredder of Lustria. Shredder of Lustria would have been really good against this build, but... Skink Oracle, I think, might be a little bit too ranged-oriented against a faction that's really good at poking from range. Yeah, and the single-horned one, I don't know about. Cohort of Waddle was nice. I see the idea behind this build. It's a pretty heavy sustain build. I would probably just drop this Salamander, this horned one, and Chameleon Stalkers, I think, are better against factions that have artillery, because then they have some utility for their ability to sneak into the back line. Or against Empire, where the Stalker ammunition can absolutely annihilate war wagons and the like. I don't think they're very good against High Elves. I'd cut the Chameleon Stalkers and just get, excuse me, a bunch of Skink Cohort Javelins. Skink Cohort Javelins are really strong because they can rock up, shoot at stuff like the Illyrian Reaver Archers from a distance. You're going to do a lot of spacing against these guys just by interposing the Cohort Javelins in between the Illyrian Reaver Archers and what they really want to shoot at, which is stuff like the Hunting Packs, Ripper Dactyls, Skink Oracle, and the like. Chameleon Skinks are okay. I don't think they're that good here, just because they're so squishy against Silverhelm charges, and you can just get, like I said, Chameleon, or regular old Skink cohorts with the Javelins for a similar, for a lesser price point, save some money, and maybe fill out with a slightly stronger infantry front line. I don't mind Saurus Spears and Saurus Warriors for a front line, but I don't know if you want to go just these guys. I think you want to spread it out a little more. I think Saurus Spears are way stronger in reserve than they are coming in at the beginning of a game, honestly. People want to summon mobility in the late game, and a couple Saurus Spears can be an absolutely annoying ass anchor for your objectives. Because you just get two of them on a point, and your opponent is going to have a really hard time maneuvering around those guys. I love Skink Cohort Javelins. You can get like 3 of those guys and just have a great old time. Then you can get a couple Saurus Warriors. The Skink Cohort Javelins, what they do is they just run up and they just shoot at something. It literally doesn't matter what it is as long as it doesn't have a shield. Even if you're shooting at White Lions of Trace, these guys still have enough AP and base missile damage to poke through them pretty decently. They'll do enough damage that they then give the Saurus Warriors a bit of a fighting chance if they have to engage one-on-one. Instead of bringing Salamander Hunting Pack, trust me when I say Razordons are the way to go here, because they have AP on their missile strength, and they have AP and melee, and they do have a little bit of a charge bonus in OK stats. If they use all their ammo up, I know they're fairly short range, but they're very, very good at maximizing the amount of damage with each volley. You use these guys to punish the Silverhelms that want to close ground, and because you can overwhelm the High Elves, you want to get a lot of Spear Riders. Spear Riders and lots of Feral Cold Ones can really make the mobility fights for the Elves absolute hell. They cannot stop all these Feral Cold Ones and Spear Riders in numbers. Eltharion can only be one place at a time. Anywhere Eltharion goes, you want to pull back from. You want to deny Eltharion value, and you don't want to try and snipe him early. You want to focus on clearing the rest of the High Elf army and punish them for being so flimsy. Because High Elves obviously just they're not built for prolonged fights. They have very low HP pools. You want to poke and prod and make their lives really miserable starting out a game. I don't know if you really want to Skink Oracle against the High Elves. I keep thinking about it, and I think you're better off without him. He's really strong, he's kind of cool, but I think at the end of the day he's too expensive for what you really need to do. Honestly, I think Krotgar, just on the Horned one, just kind of hanging out in reserve and waiting for good opportunities to rush out in the mid-game to go duel Eltharion and use his Hand of the Gods to try and like snipe down some pieces or better options. But really, spell utility could be best here. Like, Mazda on his chair is really hard to snipe, because the Sunburst Standard, coupled with his already really high missile resistance, means that archers will just bounce off of what is otherwise a very low armored unit. He's got Apo, he's got Net of Amontok, which is really strong. Ruination of Cities and Banishment are both amazing amazing abilities that can absolutely ruin archer lines or white lion front lines. And you can just heal bot and net bot with Mazda to disrupt the mobility. You can put him on Zlok if you want to. You don't really have to, though. He's honestly pretty good on the toilet seat. I've seen people run Feral Carnosaurs in this matchup, but I don't know how far they'll get you. Probably do just want, yeah, I think just the Razordon Hunting Pack and maybe the Umbral Tide can be really solid. Maybe just double Razordon. Just go frickin' double Razordon, guys. Anything that comes within net range, you net, and then you just run up with the Razordons and just nuke it out of existence. It's going to be really hard to survive all that firepower, and these guys are very, very strong anti-armor unit, and you do need quite a bit of anti-armor against the High Elves, because they can throw quite a few out on the field. You really don't have to worry about the cheaper High Elf infantry all that much. They're really just there as bodies, and you've got way more bodies than the High Elves do in the late game if you just have some skinks in reserve. You can do some red-crested skinks, because they match up really nicely against White Lions of Trace. They do way more damage against them than the other way around, at least in terms of the value trading. Red-crested skinks will almost always get more value fighting a White Lion of Trace than the other way around. Just because of the AP on these little guys. And the poison is really strong. Do not ever underestimate the effect of poison. The 15% weapon strength debuffs are pretty ferocious. I can get a Bastiladon, a solar engine, in here for a little extra long-range poke. The blinded debuffs are really good against elves as well, because you can use this even against the Fireborn. It's going to be good, because the Fireborn will get hit by this. They won't take a bunch of damage because they have fire resistance, obviously, but it'll still lower their melee attack and melee defense by 24. And then the Cohort of Waddle, they can get into an engagement against the Fireborn and win outright, because they'll be lowering the melee defense by another 10. And they'll just be able to thump very efficiently at that point. Cohort of Waddle. Cohort of Waddle are just good against everything as long as they can bump and grind and get a little bit of heal and support. Other Lizardman builds that can do really well against the High Elves, I don't know, this is a little bit of a toughie for the Lizards. It's not free, but Shredder of Lustria builds are really good against, High Elves, I think. It's like, the Shredder got debuffed a little bit, but it's still a really good monster. It doesn't have the same leadership debuffing effects that it once did. But it still has really great damage output. If you go Shredder and build around this thing with like a Life Slan or Mazda and Zlok, and you like do double Unga Bunga with the monsters, you can do some pretty gnarly business against the High Elves, I think. Either that, or you just go max cheap skinks, backed up by some Croxies. Like Sacred Croxigores, preferably. In numbers, and just go like full melee grind and just try and out-trade the low HP pools on the High Elves. Okay, so we've got both of these out of the way. No, we didn't watch that game. So let's see some High Elves versus our Tomb King brethren. Got a lot of ships company. You got 2 Silverin Guard. I do love Silverin Guard. They're one of my favorite units, playing as the High Elves, and also just generally, I love seeing them. Really rock solid unit. They've got a lot of spell resistance on them, which is nice. It just makes them a little bit harder to remove, and they've got a good HP pool and armor pool for a High Elf unit. High Elves have very low armor on their infantry, and pretty high armor on a lot of their mobility, actually. A little bit odd in that respect, where normally you're going to see a lot more lightly armored mobile elements. The High Elves can really throw out a lot of high armor mobility tools. Not the Illyrian Reavers, obviously, but just the fact they can bring a million Silver Helms and Dragon Princes and stuff like that. Skeleton Horse Archers are moving up. They're not going to be able to do a whole lot here. I mean, Silverins are going to be a really bad target to shoot. And the ship's company with their silver shields are going to be a little bit better, but not ideal. Just want to keep the Illyrian Reavers away from the bow fire of the bow cavalry. Yeah, really beautiful skeleton summon from Arkan, by the way. Excellent choice to drop this on the Illyrian Reaver archers. You can see a lot of these guys are getting dragged down by the skeleton summon, in fact. 150 value on this is actually kind of wild. It's probably as much as a regular skeleton warrior would normally get. It's funny that you get extra models on the summoned skeleton warrior. For whatever unknown reason, I have no idea why. It just says summon a larger unit of skeleton warriors, and they tell no lies. It's exactly what you get.
Take it back.
Okay, so here's one thing that, Stofers, you need to keep in mind. This is something that I've done before, and I learned my lesson pretty quickly. Mages, coupled with Eltharion, pretty goated. It's actually really nice to have Starwood Staff. You need the Book of Hoeth, though, because your channeling speed is garbage without it. Book of Hoeth is an ability that gives you 160% channel reserves percent per second. You get magic so fast using it. Otherwise, you're sitting here and getting a steady trickle. You're not going to have enough magic to really take advantage of how much you're putting into your pool. Also, you need to use the Starwood Staff now, and Arkan is actually leeching down this mage pretty effectively. Oh, he gets interrupted as well. Doesn't get to use his Burning Head. Burning Head is really important here for clearing out all these skeletons.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Chosen of the Gods are being really annoying. Really need to land Eltharion on these guys right now before some actually good answers come in to, like, protect these things. Do see Stouffer's going for the movement. He's trying to land in here. Mage does survive. Really needs to use the Starwood Staff and the Burning Heads right now. Going for Arkan right now is definitely a choice. Arkan's going to get away. Yeah, and Sepulchral Stalkers are on the field. Good flank, though, with the infantry here. Because this is something that I mentioned last time I saw. Very similar matchup. Welsh Lion's got a lot of stuff just sitting off on the side doing absolutely nothing. And now the wide flank is completely open here. Instead of Stouffer's going all the way around this side, just going right through the open gap here. Welsh needs to move the Tomb Guard Halberds and these 2 Skeleton Warriors and just get them rotating over. Silver and Guard are going to absolutely murk these Skeleton Horsemen. They're going to rip them apart once the charge bonus wears off for those Horsemen. And then the Sepulchral Stalkers are going to be really vulnerable here. Silver and Guard are very effective against stuff like Sepulchral Stalkers. And Eyes of the Desert are a very okay unit, but they're not good in melee at all. Get absolutely owned in melee, honestly. Mage is not using the staff. Just don't bring the staff if you're not going to be spamming that. You have to use it. You are wasting money and time otherwise. And this guy costs like 1,000 something gold. He's not cheap. He's actually quite expensive. So that's a big loss for the High Elves. The only way you can save him now is to Apo him. I really don't think it's worth it. Silverhelms are doing a good job of chasing down the Skeleton Horse Archers. They're getting a lot of kills here. Few kills from the Mistwalker Barrage. It doesn't do friendly fire damage, which is pretty awesome. Honestly, it doesn't tell you that when the tooltip, though. Silverens here are a little caught out in an awkward position, but they're taking down another Skeleton Horseman, which honestly is worth it. This is one of the reasons why they're so good, is you can use them to flank against factions. Put them in tricky positions to intercept reinforcements. They can grind out their 850 gold cost pretty fast. I mean, mind you, they're beating up on Skeleton Horsemen, like a pretty garbage unit, and they've killed 2 of them in succession, and still have a decent HP pool left to be able to engage another. Purple Son of Xerius on Illyria Reaver Archers, I don't know, man. I mean, getting rid of them is nice. Not the best use of the spell I've ever seen. Wow, look at the Noble running on foot and actually getting on top of Arkin, taking a little bit of HP off our boy here. The Tomb Guard Halberds finally rotated, and, well, it's just sitting very far back on this point. You know, the Tomb Kings don't want to let people walk up on objectives. Because the cap weight on their infantry is so low, everything is expendable unless you're talking about Tomb Guard and Nekar Warriors. You really need to get these guys on the edge of objectives to, like, crowd space out better. You want to keep foes off the objective more than you want to have cap weight on the objective. Other factions want their stuff farther back in. Like, Khorne wants to deploy far back inside objectives most of the time so that you can get better fights on your own side of the field, if you can. Tomb Kings don't want that. They want to take ground, and they don't want to give up ground. They're a very stalwart faction. In that respect, they are not very well suited for recontesting points in the late game. The last thing you can afford is to get pushed back. Beautiful shots from the Screaming Skull Catapult there. Huge damage on the Storm Riders. It's already gotten its value back, and it's still got half its ammo left. Little less effective that time around, but it's okay. Chosen the Gods are looking very much the worse for wear. Good value on them, though. 1,800 on those guys. Eyes of the Desert have been mopping up a little bit here in the late game. Or really in the mid game, I guess. They've been thumping a lot of these cavalry units as they've been desperately trying to compromise the Chosen of the Gods here. Eltharion keeps chasing Arcan, and while I do understand the interest in trying to kill Arcan, I think you should ignore him while you are working on getting rid of some of these more powerful units. Lord sniping the Tomb Kings does not really get you very far. That's a really painful Purple Son of Xerius, because that took a lot of HP off that Tomb Guard. It was a pretty beat-up Silvern Guard, too. That was really unnecessary. Silverhelms get cleaned up, and now the Eyes of the Desert are probably going to kill Eltharion here as he's trying to pull away. Ooh, it takes a big volley. Down to 2,600 HP. Needs to keep running. He's going back for Arcan. No, 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 no. Oh, he gets up in the air, dodges most of the shots. Still eats a few shots, though. 1,700 value, Arcan with only 1,100, but who cares? Noble's trying to pull back through his own boys. He's got a target in sight, but not able to get him. Eyes of the Desert being used against the Noble, and they pinball him immediately. Oh, and Arcan crumbles, I think. He just suddenly dies over here. I don't think anything touched him. I think his leadership broke. He only had like 100 HP. Necropolis Knight Halberd's about to absolutely ice this game by killing all these Silverhelms. Oceanids are fighting in here. Oceanids are a good unit, but against this many numbers, I don't see them being able to carry their weight. There's a lot of skellies in the field still, and now there's like proper anti-large stuff. And even though Necropolis Knights don't have magic attacks, they've still got good enough. They've still got a good enough bonus versus large to be able to hit the Oceanids somewhat consistently. And you can see them starting to tank the HP of these Oceanids right now. Maybe not lost yet, my friend. Oh yeah, Stouffer's trying to bring his mage back out. Yeah, the magic mage, you really need Book of Hoeth. Just get Book of Hoeth and you're so much better off. And I don't know if you really need a noble in the starting army. Honestly, bringing a foot noble is kind of cute. I don't think it's going to be that good against the Tomb Kings, though.
One of your units has been destroyed.
If you really want to bring a competitive combat character against the Tomb Kings, you want to bring Caradhran. You've got him because you got the Oceanid DLC, obviously. Caradhran absolutely farms Tomb King characters. It's not even funny how much damage he does to them. He just completely counters the Tomb King's lords. He is pretty expensive, though. But I will say something you can do is just run Eltharion with Apotheosis and then Caradhran on horseback. Backed up by Fireborn and good like wall of Silverins and like some cheap Lotherns or something that can like fire from range and poke like Ushopti and Necropolis Knights. Usually a pretty good bet against the Tomb Kings. This is also a pretty good Rangers matchup. Rangers, normally for the High Elves, I really don't like. I don't find them to be all that good, but Rangers against the Tomb Kings are okay. I've seen them grind through some good Skeleton Warrior numbers in this matchup. As long as they don't get attacked by Tomb Kings, like rear charged by stuff like Necropolis Knight Halberds or Skeleton Horsemen, the Rangers can actually function pretty nicely. Some rallying Silverhelms going after the Screaming Skull Catapult. This thing was absolutely incredible. 1,500 value on this. Necropolis Knights get a really beautiful restore from the Necrotech. It's a huge heal. 24 seconds, 0.8. You know, I think, just shy of 20%? Yeah, just shy of 20% in total.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Basically getting them back up to full. I mean, couldn't be any closer. Charging in against the Fireborn. It's a really efficient fight for, wow, the Fireborn are crushing the Necropolis Knight Halberds, actually. Oh my goodness. They missed their charge somehow? I was just about to... I guess, no, it's because they're debilitated, so they lost a bunch of their charge bonus, which is why they're doing so much worse than normal. Usually the Necropolis Knight Halberds against the Fireborn is a pretty decent fight, but... Fireborn, because they're fresh and healthy, and they've just come out, and the Necropolis Knights have been on the field for so long, Necropolis Knight Halberds get absolutely iced here by the Fireborn. Don't know if that's really going to help the High Elves, considering the battlefield position they're in right now, though. Eltharion has done okay, really has not carried his weight the way he needed to, and the Mage... This is the second time the Mage is dying, and still haven't used a single star with Staff. Like I said, if you're not going to be spamming that every chance you get, then don't bother bringing this guy. And just find something else to use. Honestly, you can use Soul Quench on Eltharion to kind of clear out numbers for the Tomb Kings. Soul Quench is not a bad spell for punishing, like, crap infantry. It cleaves through units pretty effectively. It's really good against stuff like Tomb Guard, because Tomb Guard don't have a lot of armor, and Soul Quench doesn't have a lot of armor-piercing damage, but it does a lot of cleaving damage, so it penetrates through units like crazy, and then it imbues like a very short Flock of Doom type effect. Flock of Doom Melkoth's type of aura. That's pretty damaging. Eyes of the Desert have 3,600 value. Incredible job with those guys this game. Fireborn, though, are helping these Oceanids really grind down a lot of Tomb King's stuff over here. Tomb Kings are going to be okay, though. They literally have a triple cap, and they've been holding 2 objectives most of the game anyways. This one went a lot better for the High Elves, but the Fire Mage being fumbled 2 times is honestly a way bigger deal than you might think. I mean, you really got to get rid of all these, like, crappy infantry. This is one of the few matchups where going after your opponent's bad infantry before you kill anything else is actually really important, because the less coverage of skeleton spears, the worse all the constructs do, because the constructs are kind of useless in a 1v1 fight, because they all have pretty poor stats. Like, Ushabti are pretty garbage in terms of stats. It's really when they get to sit on top of all these bodies that they start to shine. And that's what they got to do here, man. The Chosen of the Gods were good. The Screaming Skull Catapult was amazing. And the Sepulchral Stalkers, just, I mean, 3,700 value, dude. I mean, any more, and they would be tripling at that point. Necrotect, great as always. Necrotect with Vambrace is one of the best units in the game. Amazing debuff piece. Fireborn got 2,900 value, man. Really impressive stuff. They were really the only High Elf unit other than Eltharion carrying their weight. I guess some of the Oceanids did alright. Nothing to write home about, though. One of the Silverin Guard was doing good. Just have the ship's company engage the front line. Use both Silverin Guard to flank around the edge and try to get them into the back line where they can be really irritating, because your opponent has to, like, bring Ushabti with skeleton support to try and clear those guys at that point. Yeah, man, like, I don't know about all these Silver Helms. There's so many Silver Helms keep getting thrown in from Stofers. And then the mobility is just really not working right now. Maybe more arrows and bows. There's a shocking lack of bow fire for the High Elves, to be honest. Really love Lotherns against like Tomb Kings and stuff like that, because they can counterfire Skeleton Horse Archers so effectively. They can get hit at range pretty hard, but you can always use Eltharion to fly back and just threaten to land on Screaming Skull Catapults, and you can pull Eyes of the Desert and Chosen of the Gods away from the front line at that point, and just one Skeleton Catapult is not going to clear like 3 or 4 Lotherns very quickly. And you get enough Lotherns out on the field, and eventually you're going to overwhelm the Tomb Kings with firepower, especially their constructs, if you've got infantry coverage, to just grind down the Skeleton Warriors and the Tomb Guard. It might not be the best way of going about it, but I do think it'd work better than the Silver Helms. Silver Helms are just not very effective. They just bounced off armor for most of this game, and then got crushed by Necropolis Knights and the Eyes of the Desert and the like. But you'd probably find something slightly more effective to use. Yeah, Silverhelms with Plague of Rust would probably be pretty strong. They're just not being synergized with very well. They're just kind of going for wild flanks, and that's just very rarely going to work if your opponent is as good as Welshline. You know, Welsh is a newer player. He's been looking for his tournament win, but he knows what he's doing with his faction. You can't just gamble on him making mistakes. Alright, people, we're back. Let us grab... this replay. Okay. Let's see what Speron can do here. Wait, did we see this game already? Oh, yeah, we totally did. LOL. Okay, let's back out. Yes, yes, we did. This is where the Supreme Sorceress gets caught on the ground and killed. Okay, so what replays do we still need to watch? Let's go find some more. Why did I close the tournament tab? Damn it. Okay, that's okay. Let's go find that link again. When people are, okay, people are dropping their replays in nicely here. I'm grabbing them off the Discord now. So I saw Lizard Zinch. We got all those out of the way. We're up into top 4. Beautiful. Okay. We're gonna let them play their games. We're just gonna grab the replays and watch them from there. I'll cover them as soon as we start seeing people drop them in the Discord, though. Very excited to see how people do there. Get rid of that one, and... ooh! We love a Skaven Lizardman matchup. So I don't know how this will do against the Skaven. It might actually be okay, because there are a lot of short-range weapon teams here. Natty Bubo's the more annoying unit here. Look, Mazda Mundi is really good with Ancient Salamanders, because he can do a lot of heals with Apo. Like, he can just drop these like crazy and really keep these guys upright. So he gets a heal boost. He gets Greater Arcane Conduit. It's another thing I forgot to mention with him, but it makes it so that Apo, instead of being an 8% heal, is a 9.2% heal. Doesn't sound like anything too huge, but on these big HP pools for either himself or the Ancient Sallies, still have a decent amount of HP at 6,100. Whatever is getting shot at, he can keep upright just that bit longer to get that one shot that can make a big difference in breaking a unit or not. We'll see how Banish and Ruination of Cities does here. Chameleon Stalkers are looking to rush in against Night Runners. Night Runners, the Stalkers can definitely do something against. Gutter Runners would be way worse of a matchup. Actually, just don't end up doing anything. These little precursor missiles, man, I'm telling you, they're so mediocre at times. They just, like, miss all their shots and do absolutely nothing here. That's really frustrating. This is why I use Chameleon Stalkers mostly to, like, ambush. They're not very good at screening out other skirmishers or doing damage consistently. I've seen their precursor missiles get good damage off on other infantry, but a lot of the times that's exactly what happens. They just fire their shots and do no damage because they're shooting all over the place. Honestly, creeping these guys all the way around the outside and trying to get on the back of the Natty Bubos would be more worth it. It's not like a great idea, but it would definitely be more odds-on chance of getting good value. Ikid gets absolutely slapped by Arcane and Forging. It's actually a really smart play to bring. It's a really effective spell for Lord sniping against somebody like the Skaven, because their Lords are quite squishy. Like, Ikid's already down to 3,400 HP. He's in a little bit of trouble right out the gate. It's a good job of capping this low ground point and just waiting for some reinforcements to come up. You got a play call catapult in. Natty Bubo's sharpshooters are on the field. Ripperdactyls are going where? Just chilling here. Oh, Natty Bubo's open up on them. Does Gearwick see that? Don't know if he does yet. They can be kind of hard to spot. You know, they stay invisible because of snipe. And their little purple shots can be a little nondescript. You can see, like, it's kind of hard to see them where they're being fired from. You can, like, see them hitting your unit, but you have to, like, really zoom down the length of the firing arc to figure out where they might be sitting. Looks like Gearwig does know that they're shooting at him. He's just going to jump the Ripperdactyls behind the shot blocker. That's really smart. Really, really intelligent play. Actually, I think he's retreating all the way back here. I don't think you need to. You can just land them behind the shot blocker. Just like right here on the green line. You don't even need to fly all the way back there. Oh, the banishment! Huge damage! Oh my god, I did not see the entire length of that, but Skaven Slave gets folded up. More importantly, the Poisonwind Globadier ends up taking a lot of damage too. Banishment's gonna wear out. Chameleon Stalkers just get absolutely zero value. They got clowned on. It's very unfortunate, but the Ancient Sallies are doing what they do best, which is slowly poking down Poisonwind Globadiers. And other weapon teams. They're very, very good at it. You can see the damage that they do. Overlapping their shots a little bit, not really getting a whole lot off. The Saurus Spears are going to make it into combat pretty cleanly here. The other two Globadiers are a bit out of position. They're on the other side of the formation. Not really anywhere that they can immediately contribute. This one can start shooting at these two Saurus as they wander in. So you've effected a breakthrough. So do an infomercial moment. So you've effected a breakthrough on the Skaven front line. How do you follow this up? Just get guys onto the rear of these units, break them open, and ignore the Night Runners you do not want to chase. They're not worth the effort of running after. Make sure that you've got an entire side of the Skaven formation in absolute shambles. And then you can start really running down the other weapon teams. Natty Bubo's sharpshooters do really good damage, but it takes them a little while to kill big stuff like Mazda Mundi. Teethbreakers are the weapon team you really need to look out for. And that can be really nasty. You want to get your infantry spread out here. You don't want them all bunched up like this. You're going to get punished by catapults, Globadiers. You're just giving your opponent way too many opportunities to like maneuver and set their units up in a better position to kind of pummel you. Eshin Triads are on the ground here. The Ripperdactyls are kind of landing on top of them. This is something I see that happens a lot, by the way. People bring their flyers in to land on artillery, and they land on the front of the artillery pieces. Especially against Playclaw catapults, it's not great, because these artillery pieces actually stop attacks on the squishier crew. You want to fly past the artillery and then land on the back of it, because then you're landing on the actual important part to kill, which is the crew members. You can kill the artillery pieces sometimes with the Ripperdactyl attacks, but better to actually hit these things. Also, just flying over here and then flying away when the summon comes out is actually pretty brilliant. I mean, you don't want to stay over here and just let these Ripperdactyls get farmed. Bit of a shame they get held up there. Some of them are slow getting off the ground. They get shot to death anyways, but at the very least, you force the Teethbreakers out of reserve, and they're all the way back here. Not all the way up here where they can help out the frontline units. Now, big problem here. Red-Crested Skinks and the Sacred Croxagores got pretty tangled up on the frontline units. They don't want to be fighting clan rats. They had a little bit of a hard time pushing through onto the Poisonwind Globes. And the Globes ended up getting some okay value, but they have not really been maneuvered all that effectively. Natty Bubo's sharpshooters are very locked down right now, thanks to the Saurus Spears here. But the Saurus Spears are about to break, but before they go, the Natty Bubos are going to rout. Mazdamundi is very beat up. Needs to just walk away. The Flensing Ruin is getting him quite low. Keep Mazda alive here. Just Apo him endlessly. Do not use anything other than Apo on Mazdamundi for the next, like, couple minutes. He just needs to get his HP back up to about 3k, and then he'll be useful in the late game. Which shouldn't be much. Like I said, that'll be like 1, 2, maybe 3 Apos if he takes any more damage. You can see the Poisonwind Globadiers are all going down. Now the Teeth Breakers are on the field, and they're going to be a real pain to potentially kill. You've got a Horned one here. This Horned one needs to be screaming up into the Teeth Breakers, but unfortunately they are going to get intercepted by the Clan Rats. Or sorry, by the Rat Ogres. Rat Ogres are going to get on the Horned ones. Do some good damage. Horned ones are just too expensive. They're really not worth it. There's like a couple of things you can do to make them somewhat usable. I just don't think they're, generally speaking, going to be all that great. Ancient Sallies need to get into melee combat, actually. Using them at range right now is actually not really a good idea. They'd be way more impactful running up in melee on top of the Teeth Breakers and trying to just kill models with their melee attack and weapon strength. So they can actually kill a weapon team pretty efficiently. It's actually not that great for them to be sitting so far back, because now, you know, they're at the perfect range of the Teeth Breakers, and one of them just gets absolutely annihilated here by the repeating weapons of the Skaven. Natty Boobos have absolutely come in the mid-game and helped to keep Mazdamundi in check. He has dropped a ton of health here. He's been getting shot to bits. I mean, he's got all this, oh, yeah, he loses the missile resistance on Zlok, by the way. So on his toilet seat, he's got the 50% missile resistance. On Zlok here, he's only got 15%. And he does have some Fizz Res, but it's really not that much. He's actually safer on the toilet seat against the Skaven then. You don't really want to bring Net, I would say. Honestly, is Mazdamundi good against Skaven? That is a really tough question to answer. I really don't think so. I guess he's okay. I don't know. You can get so many cheap terror route. You can get so many cheap pieces that can cause terror routes. As the Lizardman, I don't think you need to put Mazdamundi on Zlok to really run the Skaven like Haggard in the late game. Yeah, the Teeth Breakers, man. You just gotta be so careful about your positioning around Skaven units. Like, once you see Skaven weapon teams, you've got to do everything in your power to begin shutting them down. You cannot let Teeth Breakers, Globadiers, and stuff like that just pummel you endlessly. Because that's how the Skaven win. They crush people if their weapon teams get good value. Oh my god, look at them just deleting Mazdamundi here. Oh my god, poor guy, dude. Yeah, the Teeth Breakers went into stalk with the concealment bombs, and Gear was just not prepared for them to pop out and just destroy these units. You really don't need to waste your time going after Ikit. I mean, Ikit can be an incredible lord and character and get a lot of value and even carry games on occasion, but you need to get the Skaven into a position where their weapon teams are threatened first, then you can worry about getting after Ikit with something else, you know? And Ikit on his Doomflayer is pretty safe because he's actually quite quick, and he wants to stay away from most fights, just so he has HP to use unlimited power as much as he can. That's what Ikit really wants to do, is just farm WOM and obliterate stuff.
Unfading glory is yours.
I mean, Silver Helms are a really good unit. The problem is that if you just start bringing Silver Helms all the time, your opponent's just going to say, okay, well, what beats Silver Helms? And they're just going to start countering you, you know? That's what good players do, is they adapt to what you bring. And, high elf players in general are always bringing Silver Helms. So people have adapted. They're just not bringing stuff that's going to lose to them in the mobility games. They're bringing grindier builds that become harder for the high elves to deal with. And that Silver Helms are just not as good against. They're making things very miserable for them because of that. Oceanids are another... You know, the thing about High Elves is that High Elves honestly are pretty reliant on specific units in a way that a lot of other factions aren't quite as dependent on. Like, other factions have really good units that they depend on, but, you know, the High Elves have... like Oceanids, Silver Helms, Fireborn, and it's great that they're good units, but they're so much better than other options that the High Elves have access to, that those units tend to get overrepresented in their games, and then the High Elves end up feeling very one-note. They don't feel as different across the matchups as other factions often do, where they bring a much wider spread of units and mix-ups, whereas the High Elves end up playing very same-ish builds over and over and over again. So Stovers is going up against Feral Hogs here, and he has actually brought something a little different. He's bringing a lot of archers this build, or this game, rather, in his build. He's bringing the mage, and is he using... You gotta just use Starwood Staff immediately. There's no reason not to. That's all this guy should be doing, is Starwood Staff and Burning Head. And you want to use it early, because it's got a 90-second cooldown, which is not, like, an insignificant amount of time. Like, you want to use as much of the Starwood Staff as possible early, get some Burning Heads out, and then when Starwood Staff is out, you unsummon this dude, so that he can come back out later and use Burning Head again if you really need him to clear some numbers. Otherwise, you just use Eltharion with Arcane and Forging and Apo for the rest of the game. It's a really cagey moment in the game right now. So, Feral Hog's capped the number 2 objective, but he's not bringing any infantry forward to sit on the point. He wants the High Elves to feel like they need to move up, and honestly, they could. They could just have this mage walk over and start capping the objective. Okay, does use the Starwood Staff. Excellent, excellent. Getting a little more magic in the bank. Get the mage in one of these ships company on the objective right now. You can even push the art. You can honestly push this whole formation forward. Just a little bit. You just get them on the edge of this point. Don't go any farther than the blue. And just line up your archers. Just start poking down the goblins and the orc boys. Because, yeah, they've got shields, but only bronze shields, and they've got awful armor values. High Elf archers have excellent, excellent characteristics with a ton of base missile damage and a good amount of AP with a fairly quick reload time. They can really help to shoot down front lines quite fast. And then, you know, give you plenty of opportunity once your opponent realizes, oh, I'm losing a lot for very little gain. I kind of need to move forward. Once you clear out some of these bodies, then your archers can more effectively poke down your opponent's range tools. You'll get better shots on them as they're trying to close ground than the other way around. Your ship's company can occupy any of the other remaining infantry assets, while the Sea Elemental starts to maneuver and get disruptive and shut down other range tools or support mobile fights and terror out things off the field. So you got Eltharion over here, and yeah, the High Elves have moved up too much. They didn't need to move up at all over here. You just keep everything in a nice, neat line. Always make sure that your archers are behind your front line. There's no reason they need to be moved this far up. They're way past the safe range of trading with the Orc Airboys. Because the Orc Airboys, I mean, they're going to get way more effective damage off just because the High Elf archers are way flimsier on the HP front. And Ruglets are crazy accurate and quite strong in their own right. High Elf archers don't match up very well against these guys. They do okay against the Orc Airboys because they're more accurate and they can outrange them by a fair margin. But because they moved up so much, they're actually getting shot down really easily. So now it's going to come down to whether the Oceanids and the Sea Elemental can keep all this stuff offline. Yeah, because of the overextension, the archers over here get dove on by the Savage Orc Boar Boys and immediately shut down. Now Swamp Things and Orc Bull Boys here fighting the Oceanids. Not a bad fight for all that. Oh man, and Eltharion is getting surrounded. He's in a really rough spot, too, with the Spirit Leech and the Fermented Fungi that just went off. And I think, what are we getting now? Oh, that's Arcane and Forging. Okay, Eltharion's trying to put up a fight, but man, oh man, is he getting clocked. It's all just freaking Bowfire. And the Mokrib's Mangy Marauders are focusing him now, too. Broken Tusk Mob surround him. Eltharion gets broken. Devastating loss for Stofers. He's winning pretty hard on the other side of the formation. If you just stay more disciplined and just keep your units back a little bit and deny this flank while you're pushing over here. Like, your opponent had all these response tools over here. You could have just had Eltharion fly over here and start attacking here. Your opponent starts pulling stuff over here, and you just rotate the Sea Elemental back through the front line, like attacking the rear of any infantry on the way, terror routing them, and then getting set up over here. And forcing your opponent's mobility into an awkward spot where they just don't have anything to fight or do. Ruglets shut down pretty hard. What do we have coming in over here? Silverhelms, Rangers, not bad. Reinforcements. Rangers, I don't really love in this matchup. You know, they're not like a terrible unit against the Greenskins. They're definitely not ideal. Just because they're quite flimsy, man. And the Fizzres is okay, but the Greenskins actually have quite a few ways of imbuing magic damage on their units. Fist of Gork for one. Even the River Troll Hag has access to something. The aspect of the Dread Knight gives magic attacks to units. Kind of surprised to not see that, considering Oceanids are always an option for the High Elves, but doing just fine without it. Just overwhelming with large targets. And the Oceanids are just not grinding very effectively against this. You know, they're just not built for this engagement. One's already crumbled, the other's about to. The Hammer of Gork, the Arwar catapult got unsummoned. But the other one is sticking around and doing alright. Mogrobes have been finished off pretty much. Elves are holding points pretty well, though. Still gotta kill the Sea Elemental, and that is a big uphill fight for the Greenskins. They really don't have great tools for it. Silverhelm's getting rampaged and then absolutely crushed by a million Orc cavalry. What's new, man? Oh my god. Yeah, see, the Silverhelms have just not been good. There have been a couple of times they've been pretty solid, but they're not really synergizing with anything. No Plagues of Rust against the high armor mobility. They're charging into a lot of really exposed positions. And getting terror routed for their effort by all these big monsters and utility pieces that are just, like, better suited for prolonged engagement. Like, Savage Orc Boar Boys are not going to rout here for a hot second because the Lord's not dead. They've got ITP because of Frenzy. So they're just hanging in a lot longer than the High Elf counterparts are. Like, the Lord dead penalty is just absolutely ruining these guys. Damaged by artillery, frightened, so many things affecting them right now. They're just very ill-suited for that long necessary engagement that's going to give the High Elves any chance at getting back in this one. Oceanids and the Sea Elemental are continuing to hold their own. I just don't know if it's going to be enough for the High Elves. More Oceanids on the way in. Really need some infantry. I mean, it's not really a good spot to be in right now, but something like a Silverin Guard or two coming out of reserve would be really nice to like get up on one of these points and start to anchor. There's been so much fighting over here on this point. Yeah, when the Greenskins flank overloaded over here, you just leave your infantry here and they hopefully die slowly enough. You can then secure the other two objectives and just rotate your formation. Just ignore this, leave these guys as a necessary sacrifice to secure the rest of the battlefield, because you won so decisively over here. Sometimes you gotta know when and where you can trade units off. And I just think Stouffer has been maybe a little bit too, he's been a little too stubborn and obstinate in his engagements. He's really been forcing a lot of grindy fights, which are just never really the High Elves' cup of tea. His opponent is honestly doing a pretty good job of nullifying the Sea Elemental. He's just been ignoring it for the most part. Spirit Leeching it down now. And using the Colossal Squig to chase it now that most of the other High Elf units are either dead or in a position where they're just getting absolutely swarmed by numbers. And this is why Rangers are quite weak, man. I mean, they're just getting dogpiled by a bunch of beat-up units, and they just get absolutely bulldozed by Forest Goblin Spider Riders, of all things. Very painful, and the Greenskins get their double cap, and they're very well on their way to getting a triple cap, because there's nothing defending over there. Beta Buna on... what the hell? Oh, on Oceanids. Alright, I don't know about that, but sure. I mean, why not? Honestly, I'd have just saved the magic and continued to Spirit Leech the Sea Elemental down, because that's really the only scary thing. Like, the regular Oceanids are irritating and kind of tanky, but they're not winning this game by themselves. And the Sea Elemental is, like, one of the few units here that the High Elves still have that can, like, genuinely cause some real leadership issues. Oceanid's gonna crumble out. Sea Elemental is not too far behind them. It's done a good job clearing the Black Orcs. Is holding up the Swamp Fangs and the Colossal Squig, but its leadership is getting real low now. Real close to breaking. The Night Goblin War Boss is hiding in the forest. Silverhelm's coming to the low ground. Oceanid's chilling on the point. They get hit by Spirit Leech. Buna would have been better on the Silverhelms. You don't really even need it, though, man. Just, again, focus the magic on the Sea Elemental. I know it doesn't really matter right now, considering the position the High Elves are in. They're very, 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 very dead right now, but good fundamentals are really important to practice. Do not waste your magic on inoptimal targets under any circumstance. If you lack optimal targets, just save the magic. Just get into the habit of not using magic when you don't need it. Because I promise you, you're going to run into games where the later stages of a match, you will have been using magic when you really didn't need to, and you're going to come to sorely regret that at some point. There will come a day. The better you play and the better your fundamentals are without using your magic, the more value you're going to get out of it down the road. As you become like better and better at optimizing the opportunities to utilize it. Fate of Buna on the archers here, who are already routing. So you could... This is like another example, like, just save it for the Silver Helm that just came up. You could be winning even harder if you just saved it for them. Oceanid from the Sea Elemental, as it's getting really low, comes out. Writhing Mist never got used. It's a really good bound ability. I mean, you give Stalk, Snipe, Missile Block Chance, 360 block, and you lower enemy stats. It affects everything in range, so you can actually wait until you get into combat to use this. Just, you know, you don't get the benefits of the Stalk and Snipe at that point. You still get the Missile Block Chance and 360 block. And lowering enemy leadership and melee defense by 8 and 24 respectively is really freaking good, and really good against greenskins. Because they got pretty low melee defense already. Debuffing their melee defense even more just gets them into a position where they just get absolutely flattened by units. And yeah, the Silver Helms, I mean, they engage, and now they're running away, and they're just taking a bunch of unnecessary chip damage. Because there's nothing to peel for them. They're just in a really awkward spot, and the greenskins are going to win on time and tickets there. They won pretty well on value. Goblobbers didn't do a whole lot. Mogrubs didn't really do much. Rugloods, they got some good value before they went down. They paid for themselves. The rest of the greenskin army was pretty lackluster. Killing Eltharion early was massive. That was just a game-winning play. It was a great spot by Feral Hogs. And he took full advantage of his opponent's mistake, and that's what makes the difference in these games. Everybody is always making a mistake somewhere on the field, and it's recognizing where that is and taking full advantage of it that determines who wins and who loses. 9 times out of 10, that's all it comes down to. Even if your build is weak against your opponent's army, there's usually still some counterplay. Alright, replays for the semifinals are here, so let's get into those. Whoops. Gotta make sure I drop them in here. Dirt. Wait, are they... Oh, this is... Oh, they're matching up again. Right? They totally are. No freaking way. It's a very similar build from both sides, though. Just a few things are different. Really not much at all. Stouffer's brought a Silverin Guard in reserve. I think he actually... I think... towards the middle of that game that we just saw, I think he had the same thought I did, that a Silverin Guard would just be so good to get up on a point and sit. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I missed some of your chats, guys. My bad. It was a little slow updating. Slant Fire Mage would be better. Slant Fire Magic is really good against the rats, but I don't know, dude. I mean, Burning Head against the Skaven can be overkill sometimes, and sometimes it just doesn't do anything. So you just roast a bunch of Skaven slaves and clan rats that you might have beat anyways. It's really good for forcing breakthroughs against the Skaven, but really the long and the short of it is, did you kill Skaven weapon teams? Yes or no? If you didn't kill them, then you lost. Skaven win when their weapon teams get to farm. They don't really win melee fights at all. Yeah, Oceanids with the Earthblood would be really cool too. Like an Archmage on a dragon with some Oceanids against Greenskins would be a really strong build. I don't know why people don't use the Archmage of Life more. She's really strong on the dragon as a combat character. You can use breath attacks to, like, punish blobs. You can drop Earthblood and Regrowth. Awakening of the Wood is a pretty good spell for forcing engagements because of the slow it imbues. Shield of Thorns is good in some matchups. A lot you can bring out and make use of. Yeah, the rush against the High Elves is pretty strong. That's what I was saying, though, is like, if the Greenskins were showing in that last game that they weren't gonna rush you, you just move up, make sure that your archers are in range of their front line, shoot their front line down, and then use your big terror-causing pieces to disrupt the back line. Dealing with boo-boos and yeah, the natty boo-boos are really tough, and teeth breakers are also really annoying. You just need to know where they are. Scout the natty boobos by just flying or running a unit forward and seeing if your opponent's going to take the bait and shoot at them early. And once you know where they are, you just run away. Make sure you stay out of their range as best you can. You're not going to know where the natty boobos are perfectly, but the teeth breakers are pretty easy to figure out where they are. They're much shorter range. They're rarely going to be able to use concealment bombs to sneak all the way forward. You can see them when they get summoned out. People usually don't start with them in the opener build. Honestly, I think Skaven players could be really tricky by starting with Teeth Breakers, concealment bombing them instantly when the game starts, and then walking them into a forest or something somewhere and hiding them, and bringing Natty Boobos out of reserve instead. You don't really need to do that. That's like a whole philosophical and theoretical conversation that we're not going to get into right now. Because right now we need to watch some semifinals action. We got Ship's Company moving forward, archers, Talons of Torquilita included are moving in. I do like the Talons of Torquilita in this matchup. They can poke the River Troll Hag very effectively because of her low armor and regen, and Swamp Things can also be countered pretty hard by the Talons. You just need to position them better. We'll see if Stofers is able to do that here. Get the Ship's Company into position here, like 3 of them along this defensive frontage right here. 1 archer behind here, Talons of Torquilita on the edge of the woods with a Ship's Company right in front of them. And the other archer on the edge of the wood here, again, with another Ship's Company screening for them. Maybe a Ship's Company down here a little bit. With the Sea Elemental hovering right around here. Sea Elemental is really good on this map because he can get up in these trees and control these positions without losing stats thanks to the Strider. And I think this map is a little bit better for the High Elves than it is for the Greenskins. Just need to stick your toe on this point. You need to press spacebar. Press spacebar, know where your guys are, and make sure that they got their tippy toes touching, because that's all you need to cap a point. You don't need to do anything fancier than that.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
This is actually pretty sneaky by Feral Hogs. What he's doing here is using his skirmishers on the edge of the formation here to force the archers to turn and provide enfilade fire from the catapults. Because they're firing down the length of the entire units when they're turned like this, which guarantees higher damage shots. And just more likely in general to actually make contact. They turn back in, though. They avoid most of the damage. This Ship's Company move way too far forward on this point. Oh, they stop. They stop before they get too far ahead of themselves. This is too far to advance this side of the line. What you want to do is, if you're not going to defend like I had it outlined, then you're going to want to turn these guys so that they're cutting off access as much as possible onto this flank. Right now, this is just wide open. if you tuck them in on the blue lines a little bit more, then your opponent has to go way farther around to get on your unit's rear. As it stands, it's a little bit of a tricky pickle. Burning Head just gets thrown out, doesn't really do a lot of damage. Burning Head is very hard to time up so that it hits units optimally when they're unengaged. That one was respectable enough that it wasn't terrible, but definitely could have been used a little bit better. Waiting for a little bit more, like, congestion in the greenskin formation. Like, this is where a Burning Head would be really good. What you do is you get a Burning Head and you throw it right down here. Your opponent then has to move back into bow range, or just pray that he can squeeze past Burning Head before it roasts all of his missile cav. Or he has to run this way, and he runs towards your deployment zone. And you get Illyrian Reavers out, and just run them down. Losing the talented Torque lead is painful, that's why you keep them in the trees. The other archers, like, I know you gotta get a little farther forward to start poking some, but you could have been poking the front line before you're poking all these archers. I know the error boys are annoying, but trust me when I say you are way better off getting rid of some of these goblins and orc boys before you worry about the orc error boys. The orc error boys should be shut down by a sea elemental and an oceanid rush. And it's really just getting rid of these frontline units that you want to accomplish so that you have as little interference for your big stuff. And then your infantry can also be an annoying little tool for screening out the bow fire, because they have silver shields. They're very resilient against the Wolf Rider archers. Orc Arrow Boys are taking a bit of a beating here. They're getting shot up pretty good by the High Elf Archers, but those catapults, man, they're getting some real good damage. Every couple of shots, they're really chunking down one of the Archer units. And the Goblobbers really, or the Hammer of Gork, rather. The ROR Goblobber is amazing because it blinds, which lowers accuracy on units, and they only have to clip a unit to get the debuff off on them. And that basically brings the accuracy of those High Elf Archers down to the same level as the Orc Air Boys. Towns of Tor Kalita are dead, so there's really no counter for the Swamp Fangs now. So many Oceanids on the way in, dude. I mean, just Oceanid after Oceanid. I just don't see them winning out again, because just like last time, they're going to end up being isolated, and they're going to get dragged down slowly but surely. The Burning Heads are roasting a few gobos, and that's cute and all, but it's not a very efficient use of the WOM, because, I mean, that's 3 Burning Heads now. And only 500 value out of them. 30 WOM for 500 value. I mean, it's okay because you got Starwood Staff. You need to start using Starwood Staff now, by the way. Shocked that it hasn't been used a single time. Like I said, there's no reason not to use it early. I mean, you use it all up. You get a couple Burning Heads. Unsummon it. Get them back in. This mage is on horseback too, so he's really quick to just like sprint back up the field. And if you unsummon this guy, maybe you can like get the greenskins to like very incautiously advance forward. Stouffer's playing a way more patient game, and I know he's getting pounded a little bit, but there we go. That is a Burning Head that is looking a little juicier. Unfortunately, Feral Hogs with the micro has just been so sharp. He's just really not allowing the Burning Heads to accrue any tremendous value, but that one was a little bit better than the last two we saw. Mage getting lit up by the Ruglons on the way in, then runs into the Goblins, who have Charge Reflection and Charge Defense, and gets absolutely busted up, dude. Oh, jeez. Painful. Pump wagons, honestly, kind of getting themselves into a tricky spot with running right into the Oceanids. But they are going to pull away. Most of the models are going to escape here, it looks like. Yeah, the Sea Elemental's on the way in to get on top of the Rugloods and start shutting them down. See, it would be so nice if that mage hadn't been shot to bits and he could start to drop some burning heads on the congested lines of the Greenskins now, because they're really starting to have to be forced into fights. And now you can start dropping burning heads that will get a little bit better value. I don't think the burning heads, though, were really necessary. You really want some Searing Dooms or something for the Boarboy Biggins. And the Fireborn just get absolutely walloped by Fate of Buna there. They just get completely crushed immediately before they can even really get anything done. It's not really any healing for them. You could drop Apo, but Stouffer's a little slow on dropping the Apos for the Fireborn. They're continuing to drop models. You're losing a lot of bodies here in this unit. So the healing is getting less and less effective because there's just not that much to heal at this point. Like, it'll heal up to the HP pool of 16 models at best now. I think they're probably going to just shatter right off the field. Orc Boarboys just trying to face check them on this flank was totally unnecessary. Again, you've broken through over here. You don't need to force this fight. Like, you just go and have Eltharion and the Caradhran just go in and terror out positions around the Oceanids and the Sea Elemental and just bust up the entire Greenskin formation. Then you can worry about the character sniping. Because right now, you're just putting yourself in the spot of being surrounded by the Swamp Fangs, who are just freaking impossible to avoid. Because of their poison and terror, they just don't run away, and they're incredibly sticky and annoying because of that. They're hard to deal with, and they lower melee attack in a radius around them, which is just tanking the stats of both these characters quite horrifically. Black Orcs are anchoring pretty nicely over here, attracting a lot of attention from the High Elf units. High Elves are doing okay in spite of the debilitation of their lord and the loss of all their ship's company and archers fairly early on, because honestly none of them were really all that important. You can heal up Eltharion. Honestly, Caradhran getting low is kind of nice. Oh, but he doesn't have his Caradhran doesn't have his Mortis engine, so never mind. You really don't want him getting beat up too much. I really need to send something over to peel for Caradhran. You get Eltharion out, and that's great, but he's really beat up. He's going to need a couple more Apos before he can be useful. Sea Elemental, where the hell is it? Where'd it go? Oh, it's coming back in over here. Doing good damage to the Force Goblin Spider Riders. The leadership breaks that it's providing have been pretty nice. Needs to probably just rally back to this point to try and bail this out. There's a bunch of stuff over here that'll terror out pretty quickly. It's way better than fighting these healthier units. Kind of unnecessarily, honestly. Caradhran is surviving right now. He is really tanking a lot of damage. He's not really doing much, other than being a distraction piece, but honestly, right now, considering it's a really high-quality unit like the Swamp Things, that's fine. Distracting them is kind of a huge win. Look at the Oceanids over here. They actually managed to survive the engagement here. And they're actually breaking most of these units. They did lose the point, though. They didn't hold it. But there's a lot of reinforcing infantry coming up. Get the ship's company in over here. Get these archers posted up right behind here. Silver and Guard going for the number 3 that got capped as well. But this cap situation is so bad. I mean, if you had held this, captured this right about now, you'd still have time to maybe get this last point, but I don't know if they're going to be able to brute force their way on here. So considering how bad the caps are, like, I know you probably just need bodies in the field, but archers are really not a good late game summon. Terror routes could be an issue because Swamp Things and the Colossal Squig are on this point. The ship's company are doing what they can right now, but got a bit of a hard go of it, like actually doing much of anything. I mean, they're just not a very good unit overall. They're just cheap cap weight more than anything. The Swamp Things and the Colossal Squig are just really good fighters, and all these Greenskin forces, once they get WA active, just turn into real nightmare fuel. Really good fight by Stofers. I just don't know if his build is the right call against Feral Hogs. Hogs is just not going to get hit by Burning Head. His micro has just been too on top today to be getting just bamboozled by Burning Heads just in the middle of his formation. Saw that in the first game you played against him. Going for it again is certainly a choice. I really feel like you should have just held off. Just needs to be a little bit better objective play as well from Stofers. He really lost most of the games that he played today by being a little over-eager advancing up on the points, mismanaging his formation. And, I don't know, maybe probably just not having enough bodies and infantry on the field. You just don't need to, you don't need to Lord Snipe the Greenskins to punish their bad leadership. Like, you already got a terror-causing piece. Caradron is a little overkill, man. I mean, he's cool as hell and he can get some great value, but honestly, just save it. The Rangers were whatever. Honestly, just more Silver and Guard to lock points down. Especially after the Goblobbers are running out of ammo, you can just bring them up. Going for a more infantry-heavy build did completely minimize the effect of the Goblin Wolf Riders. The Rugleds really didn't get any value until they shot the Mage up on his way in. Get a Metal Mage with Searing Doom and Starwood Staff and Book of Hoeth and just channel that magic like freaking nuts and use Searing Doom to punish your opponent's cavalry. Like, force them into your spears and then Searing Doom them on top of it. You'll get crazy value that way. Way better than the Burning Heads were. Searing Doom is a way cheaper spell, too. And it'll give Altharion more time to, like, Arcane and Forging Lord if he really wants to, and then also just Apoing to heal anything up that might be a little bit damaged. Let's see what Regis and Welsh Lion have going here. Yeah, Pump Wagons are a crazy good chariot. They just absolutely unga-bunga through things. Especially the Flappas. The Flappas penetrate through entire enemy infantry formations in no time flat. It's really strong. So Regis is going for our good old boy, yeah, that is Kairos, right? Yeah, it is Kairos.
I am the Fate Weaver. The fractal threads of their existence are in our hands.
Kairos being a nasty little freak, as always. Rocking up with Firestorm, Gaze of Fate. No Scroll of Destiny this time. Greater Arcane Conduit, Fires a Change, Life Leeching. Wait, why did... Oh, it did trigger. It just triggers and then it goes inactive here. Okay. Well, that's nice. Gets the little rebate, gets a little bit of damage resistance. Nothing wrong with either of those. It's not like the craziest thing in the world, but every little bit can count. Soul Grinder does not need to shoot these guys. It is not very good at killing horse archers. It's a very limited ammo monster. All you do with a Soul Grinder of Tzeentch nowadays is try and kill big targets. And there's lots of big targets that it can farm here. Cimmerian War Sphinxes or Cetra, either or, take your pick. I would shoot Cetra first. Killing Cetra can get you a huge leg up on your opponent, because he's very hard to heal with just Restless Dead. Plus, there's a lot of fire damage available to Tzeentch forces in general. So you can really nullify the healing quite easily. Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance hits the Shrieking Skyrays. Now you just want to pull them back so they don't get shot by the bows. And they won't take that much damage. It's a very inefficient spell against them. They survive just fine. We're going to see another blue fire going down. Yeah, against the Skeleton Horse Archers, I don't mind. You want to get rid of them and then probably bring out Changebringers to roast Big Boy here. Chosen of the Gods are on the way in. A lot of ammunition being wasted on Skeleton Horse Archers. This thing only has 15 shots. You really just want to focus the big stuff because that's where you're going to get its money back. Skeleton Horse Archers just running in, crazy as can be, and ending up dead, getting wrecked by Furies and the Soul Grinder. I mean, the Soul Grinders of Tzeentch are the worst of all the Soul Grinders in melee combat, but even then, they still got good weapon strength. It's not like they're totally abominable, because they do have, like, an okay charge bonus of 30 with okay melee attack. They can do something at the very least. Tzeentch's Firestorm kills a bunch of the Horse Archers here. Look at the carnage, dude. Like 40 or 50 models just completely demolished by Kairos there. Forsaken are getting swept up by the Cimmerian War Sphinxes. These Sphinxes are a nuisance and a half, let me tell you. Honestly, what Tzeentch should do is just focus on waddling their halberds up onto the objectives and just leaving them there. Trying to chase these big constructs is pointless. You're never going to catch them. Just don't bother. You're wasting your time. Blue fire going down, trying to hit Chosen of the Gods. Not really doing a whole lot. Shrieking Skyrays are being intercepted by skeleton horsemen. Just leave the Shrieking Skyrays here to win this fight real quick. Yeah, there we go. Start getting their anti-large attacks in. They should be able to clean these guys up and then go right back to chasing Chosen of the Gods. If you keep Chosen of the Gods shut down, then you should be able to control Cetra here in a moment. Soul Grinders being attacked by them, but not that big of a deal. I don't know why you're bringing Zangors in over there. The only thing they should be doing is going for the points. And the Pink Horrors really should be the ones like turning around to shoot at Cetra. And I just wouldn't bother with the War Sphinx for right now. It's just not really a target that you're that concerned with. One of these guys is gonna get damaged. It's much better that it is the basic construct instead of your opponent's lord. It's at the end of the day, if you can kill Cetra, yeah, undead crumbling is not nearly as bad as like units with a leadership penalty routing. Miss on the tier 3 army ability. Honestly, I know this is going to sound crazy. I'd have dropped it over here. Okay, so here's why. This Forsaken is, like, dead already. Not going to win this fight, obviously. I know it's a bunch of skeleton spears and warriors, but it's 3 of them. That is, what, 900 gold here? It's worth. I mean, 1,000 gold of your opponent's stuff dying is awesome. Also, your opponent might get lazy and just be like, oh, it's whatever. It's a bunch of garbage. I'm not going to move out of the way. They get prideful and they end up tanking it and losing all this stuff. And then it's just less stuff for, like, Ushabti to sit on top of. So, Pink Horrors have been hounded pretty aggressively, but they're still hanging in there, and they've gotten almost 500 value, so not terrible. Soul Grinder's trying to fight melee where it really is not well suited, and it's in a 2v1, which is really bad for it. Kairos, not really doing a whole lot, if we're being honest here. Chosen the Gods are pretty beat up, but they're still functional. Sartorial, I think, would just be better for Tomb Kings. Like, Sartorial has Final Transmutation. He can hard punish this blob right now and farm, like, probably 1,000 value with 1 Final Transmutation on Cetra and the War Sphinxes, they're blobbed up like this. Like, they're close enough together, you can hit them with an overcast and just absolutely rinse these guys. Good blue fire, actually hitting the Chosen of the Gods pretty hard in the face. The Furies dive back in and are actually cleaning them up now. Very, very nice use of the Furies. Rage is definitely struggling a little bit, but the Halberds are really starting to chew on these big monsters. Chaos Warrior Halberds over here are ripping Cetra apart, and Kairos could get down here and just contribute even just 1 or 2 hits from his 420 weapon strength could put Cetra in the crumbling zone and finish him off. Soul Grinder is just fighting in melee combat. You can squeak him out behind the Zangors, get the Warrior Halberds on top of him, and then use his ammo to finish off Cetra here, maybe. Not a bad idea. The Siege's Firestorm is just not doing much to, you know, pretty trashy units. Beautiful charge of the Chaos Knights. Very quick cleanup of the Skeleton Horsemen. Those Chaos Knights are going to be incredible against the Nakar Warriors. I would even be pressuring this right now with these Chaos Knights. Because honestly, the Chaos Knights not going to do much against the War Sphinxes. I wouldn't even bother. Going in and forcing back the Horse Archers and just hammering away at the Nehekar Warriors would be huge right now because you really need to get the cabs. Welsh is up in tickets by a wide margin. Need to start thinking about securing this final objective over here. Desperately going to need that triple cap in the late game. Good trap on Cetra here. Maybe using the Chaos Knights over here was the right call, because they're actually doing some okay damage to Cetra, and they're blocking him up so that the Soul Grinder gets a big shot on Cetra. It gets another big one here. 1100 value on the Soul Grinder. Kairos got a blue fire as well. Ooh, there's the tier 3 army ability. So yeah, hey man, using it over here anyways, later on. Beautiful stuff. He's just destroying everything. And look at that, man. You know, you would have done a little bit of damage to Forsaken, but you would have gotten the guys off the point earlier. Do have some Nehekar Warriors getting up on these points. The Forsaken really need to go reinforce this. There's really not much here to hold. On the second Nehekar Warrior is going to start flipping this point with Skeleton Horsemen too. The problem for Tzeentch, they're so far behind on tickets, and it's going to be hard to hold this high ground objective when 400 gold horsemen are going to be swarming all over it, over and over again, probably. Got Forsaken coming in, Shrieking Skyra is on the way in. The Forsaken get on the point, but are they going to hold this is the question. Going to shred this Skeleton Horseman. This is where Tzeentch's Firestorm would be really good. You need that point back right freaking now. And the Chaos Knights would have been really good over here because they also would have been able to keep the Nakar Warriors from getting up here early. Shrieking Skyrays need to get in and start doing something. The Halberds, man, Halberds were great this game. No notes. They were just unambiguously good here. 1,650 on that one. And almost 1,000 on these guys here. Forsaken are chilling. I'd send them to the high ground, because your opponent's going for the cap up top here. There's the Tzeentch's Firestorm we've been needing. Good retreat from Welsh Lion, though. Just moving them out of the way. Hey, that's all you need to do, right? I mean, they're still providing cap weight as they're getting hit here. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Friendly fire? Yeah, not that bad, but definitely something. And the number 3 objective is going to get flipped here. Maybe even before the number 2 is flipped. And number 1 is taking a long time to secure as well. It's going to be a very short period of time where there's a triple cap for the Tomb Kings. That is over and done with. There's still a double cap, though. Chaos Knights are going to kill the Skeleton Horsemen. I think Regis is going to win this game. I think he's got just enough time to grind this one out, because Welsh is just completely out of stuff. He's losing a lot of skeleton horsemen, and yeah, they're going right back into the reinforcement pool. It's going to be a little while before they're all back out on the field. And these skeleton horse archers, man, really bad in melee combat. The Shrieking Skyrays are pushing them all the way off the point, which means you get these guys right up on here right now. Do not play games, because the last thing you want is to move these guys up and your opponent, like, summons out, like, 3 horsemen and just gets up on this middle point and steals it away from you while these guys are busy doing other things. Another Chaos Knight coming up. I think with the second Chaos Knight in the field, you've got a guaranteed win, because it's going to be hard to hold this point. You have to get up on this objective, and the Shrieking Skyrays can surround, Kairos can net and punish. He's got Gaze of Fate still. You can definitely do that. Kairos really wasn't all that great here. It was respectable enough, though, and the Soul Grinder wasted some shots early, but did manage to help bring down Cetra. Fought pretty well in melee combat, and, hey, well, I mean, this is the perfect time to use ammo and optimally just chip down some of these annoying units. Sepulchral Stalkers are revealed now. I'd swap over to the Sepulchral Stalkers. Yep, there we go. Good choice. Shrieking Skyrays probably die because they've wandered into the line of sight of these dudes. Nice little chunk of damage there. Eyes of the Desert do get collapsed on by the Shrieking Skyrays, but Shrieking Skyrays are going to get damage reflected, thanks to the charge defense against large and the reflection here. So, not really great for them. They do give time for the Forsaken to collapse in. Forsaken are really good against Eyes of the Desert because 80 armor is a respectable amount of armor.
One of your units has been destroyed.
But not enough for the overwhelming amount of base weapon damage that Forsaken have. And these guys are pretty quick and have a good charge bonus, so they can continue to follow up and just charge down a fairly slow unit in the Eyes of the Desert. They only have 50 speed, which, you know, is faster than a Forsaken, sure, but not by that big of a margin. That the Forsaken can't just stay, like, basically underfoot of them and just cause so many problems. Nice Changebringer summon for the late game, roasting the Eyes of the Desert in a really safe position, too. Really nothing the Tomb Kings can do now. There's, like, Forsaken on the points. If there's not Forsaken, there's Chaos Knights jumping around and just bonking down all the Skeleton Horsemen. This is what I mean when I say Tomb Kings are really bad at recontesting objectives, because in these late-game scenarios where their low armor cavalry are all they have left, they just get fed into the grist, man. They just get absolutely dunked on. They don't provide enough value to really win you any games. Soul Grinder out of ammo, 1900 on it. Really well used Soul Grinder, honestly. Outside of the wasted ammo in the early game, it was very well handled. It did some good damage to Cetra. It stopped Cetra and the Sphinx from just completely steamrolling the halberds. And were, you know, useful for the halberds to anchor on top of. It just gives you something to run back to and be protected by. That is very sticky and irritating to remove, and it's just an amazing counter to what your opponent's best units are, which is the single entity constructs. That's that's really mean. I know this seems like something that's not that important, but it's just good fundamentals. Flying behind with Furies, landing on the back of the Skeleton Horse Archers will use the cavalry to charge the front, removing any chance at retreat for these guys, and guaranteeing, like, a clean angle of attack for the Chaos Knights. That is brilliant. You love to see fundamentals, even in these late-game situations where you've got an overwhelming advantage by now. And yeah, just continuously maneuvering around the Chaos Knights, just not letting the Tomb King's stuff get into a position to cap a point. Brilliant, brilliant comeback from Regis. I'll call it a comeback just because he was so far down in objective tickets that even though he was up in value, it was a little bit of an uphill climb to securing all 3 points. But he did a really good job of not panicking and not over-investing on one side of the field or the other. Got everything out that he needed to be able to lock it down. And he just completely shut down the Chosen of the Gods. The first time someone was able to do that against Welsh Lion, and it paid off big time. A very, very dominating win. Oh, lacked 100 for proper Kairos build. That's okay. I'm guessing you couldn't get the Scroll of Destiny because of the 100 gold off. Paid off perfectly fine anyways, man. You did a really good job of handling your Lord. He was less impactful than in some of the other games, but honestly, I think that's a good thing because the last time we saw 4K value Kairos, it was in a losing effort, so the fact that he didn't have to stretch himself out so much was nice. Oh, man. So who's going to win our finals match? I'm ignoring Discord messages so we can get the suspense together. Oh, and a Sarthor. This is... Oh. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's Sarthorial. It's my boy. I love Sarthorial. He is so cool. One of the OGs, man. Like, freaking back in Warhammer 1 and everything. Used to, in Warhammer 1, didn't have flying animations because he just ran around on the ground because they didn't have flyers until the 3rd game. Finally gets to be the ultimate chicken wing man. Having the flying animations and everything now, and he's still drumsticking to this very day. You know, a little Kentucky Fried Chaos is really all we need to round this one out. I know Kairos has, like, a little drumstick, but it's just not the same. Like, Sartorial was the one greater demon that we've always had, and, you know, maybe the real greater demon was the friends we made along the way. I would say Sartorial is really that in all of our hearts. Drops Rock of Inevitability. I mean, it's fine. It's on a pretty short cooldown, so he'll probably have it before the main lines engage. Just disrupting the Goblin Wolf Riders and, you know, frustrating them as they're trying to maneuver is nice. Does get his shield pop and take a little bit of damage from the skirmishers, but I think it's worth it just for giving your opponent a little bit of stress. Getting the Exalted Flamer in a position to get some good damage on the bow cavalry of the Greenskins. But you don't want to let these little gobos just shoot endlessly without punishing them. And they're very weak to a lot of the demonic, like, artillery pieces that spread these vortexes out. Because they have a hard time pushing through them, and they have low armor, so they just get absolutely destroyed here. The Bogrubs go down below half health immediately, lose even more models, losing 10 guys to that follow-up shot, and now being run back. Beautiful, beautiful final transmutation as well. Not Goblin War Boss getting hammered, a little bit of damage on the River Troll Hag. Maybe you want to save that a little longer. It was honestly still worth it just to start getting this guy nice and low. You don't want to get hit by the fermented fungi. It could be an absolute disaster if you do get hit by it. Or at least if Sartorial does. So, working him down and trying to get him off the field before he can really use those could be massive. A lot of bodies still, though. Greenskin's finally moving up. Triple cap in for Zinch. Just more good shots from the Exalted Flamer. Almost 600 value. Gonna hit the Orc Boys in the flank, too. Still worth it, man. The more you swap targets and the more off-angle shots you get with this thing, the better. Marauder Horsemen of Zinch have been trading downwards. That's really why Feral Hogs is up in value. I would say this is a very, very, very false value lead, though. Zinch's value is all on HP, and a decent amount of the value that the forces of the Greenskins have gotten is by shooting barriers. People don't realize how much value you grind off of Tzeentch units' barriers, and then you get a very false and inflated idea of how well you're doing. Right now, they're really not doing much of anything. Gobbo gets removed by the Shrieking Sky Rays. That Lamprey's Bite doing big damage. 230 value just from the one Lampreys as well. And the Exalted Flamer is just providing good damage, and Sartorial disrupting and terror routing a bunch of units here. And only now do the Greenskins flip this point even. Ooh, fermented fungi though. Oh god, this could be a devastating loss. Oh, but a beautiful overcasted. Oh no, just regular final transmutation. Oh, but gigantic damage going down on the Night Goblin Warboss because Sartorial got rampaged into him and did a bunch of work against him. Tier 2 army ability for Tzeentch trying to finish the snipe here. I think Sartorial. Oh my god, I think Sartorial took the damage and the Night Goblin Warboss is going to squeak away. Oh no. Sartorial needs to get off the ground and pull back. He does not want to stay here. Orc Boys and the Broken Tusk Mob going to get nailed by the Searing Doom. Huge damage from that. In comes a Feral Wyvern of all things. I do not think this is a good call. Feral Wyvern, I guess you need something against Changebringers, but Feral Wyverns, it's just going to rampage into the Horsemen now. Yeah, it gets pulled to the ground by Sartorial. Sartorial squeaks away just barely with 2,000 HP. It's going to get into a safe position in a moment. Beautiful shots by the Exalted Flamer, just continuing to clown on the skirmishers. Mogrobes get melted there. Oh, the Feral Wyvern gets deleted by the Changebringers. Searing Doom going down on the Broken Tusk Mob and some Orc Boys. Again, more Changebringer fire bathing the Orcs in just unholy demonic magic. Look at the Shrieking Sky Rays locking down the Rugloods. Really stopping them from doing much of anything. And Forsaken just being annoying and starting to grind through the front line. This is what I'm talking about, dude. Like, here again is somebody doing something that other people have really passed up on the opportunity for, which is kill the front line before they really even engage you. Like, it denies the enemy their Wa ability, and now, without all these goblins and all these Orc Boys, look what's just completely exposed. There's nothing to protect the Error Boys now. And you've been holding a double cap very cleanly, and this is really smart, pushing the Marauders off this point. Dude, Regis just all over the micro right now. He is making every decision with absolutely clinical methodology. He's just not letting up at all. Changebringers are flying all the way across the field to go after the Savage Orcs here. There are a bunch of Goblin Wolf, or Goblin Spider Riders, sorry, on the way in. I do love these guys. They look cool as hell. Real basic little model coming in to cause some mischief. Nice Searing Doom on the Orc Error Boys. Anyway, you deny your opponent the ability to use their Wa by clearing their front line early, because they charge it by getting into melee. They don't get it by shooting stuff. And you can force the Wa to come out as the Error Boys, the primary combatants, which is kind of what happened here. Nullify a huge advantage of your opponent. And just slowly grind them down with your Forsaken and your Halberds and all these bodies, which are just really frustrating and going to be a huge problem for the Orcs to deal with adequately. Changebringers kind of missing a shot there. Shrieking Sky Rays and Furies are coming over. The Orcs do take the #1 objective, but a lot of their units are getting blobbed up here and now deleted by the firepower of the Changebringers. Just absolutely destroying these guys. So Sartorial has 100 HP and he's barely holding on, but he's still alive, baby. He is still alive. And Mogrob's come in for round 3 just to get routed again, probably. I don't think they're going to last very long. There's a lot of Furies above them now. And yeah, the Furies are going to go for a dive here, I think. They're just preparing for it. don't think the order's been given. Some of them are stuck on the ground, but now they're just hovering. I think Regis is... Yeah, oh, he's microing over here. He drops the Tier 2 army ability on the Feral Wyvern just to get rid of it. The Night Goblin War Boss is alive. I would just have Sartorial fly away. I wouldn't bring him any closer. The River Troll Hag can downtown Spirit Leech him from over here. He's well within the danger zone. And yeah, just dropping Searing Doom on the skirmishers is probably the way to go here. Gets a couple hits, he's trying to get away. The Force Goblin Spider Riders are routing over here. Chaos Knight's coming in to help clean them up and secure that point again. Really nice set of engagements for Tzeentch in this mid-game that's been a little tricky to manage. It's been able to isolate the mobility of the Greenskins and playing very far away from any infantry that can, you know, be a roadblock and peel for them. Punished all of them, and now it's just a matter of cleaning up, I think. And Regis is going to win this tournament. Oh my god.
The enemy has slain our lord.
Beautiful play. Sartorial does die. The Mogrubs do finally get a little bit of revenge after getting clowned on pretty much all game. A bunch of spawn come in. Honestly, that's smart. Have a couple spawn just for late game unbreakable if you need. The Lord penalty would be pretty bad if the battle were not so one-sided now. I mean, the Greenskins don't have anything left on the field, hardly. And Tzeentch is just out in force. Look how many bodies they've got on the field. They've got two very healthy Furies. They've got Shrieking Sky Rays with most of their HP left. Or half their HP. Half their HP in a barrier is plenty. Chaos Knight for mobile support. 2 spawn on the way in. They still got a bunch of Forsaken over here. And dude, these Forsaken have been going hard in the paint. They have gotten a lot of value. And the Chaos Warriors are grinding it out too. Oh my god. Such efficient value spreads on all these units. Nothing is going above and beyond with like 2, 3, 4K value. Everything is just about paying off for itself. Which speaks to good positioning and also just really good micro. Knowing exactly where a unit needs to be to provide just enough to break the back of their opponent without breaking themselves beforehand. Forsaken are going for a deep dive against the Night Goblin Warboss Rugloods and Black Orcs. Really about the only units left on the field here. If I were Regis, I'd just save up for Sartorial. At this point, I mean, there's no reason not to. The only negative you've got going for you is your Lord having died, and it's really not that bad right now because of how dominant the rest of the game has been. Wow, and the Forsaken actually get the finishing blow on the Night Goblin War Boss, just to really put emphasis on this win. This poor Forsaken. Oh, I've never seen under their helmets, dude. He's got, he needs to go to the dentist, bro. Some root canals in there for sure. I think Buddy's teeth are also more growing out of the side of his face than they are out of his gums. A little concerning. Yeah, Exalted Flamer was incredible here. I mean, it cost 1,300, and you can go, I mean, it only got 1,700 value. 236 kills, though, and very high impact kills, because he cleared all the skirmishers, and a bunch of goblins and orc boys, too. Marauder Horseman of Tzeentch ended up with some decent value. Sartorial was actually one of the weak points of the build. Just because he got hit by that fermented fungi, he got put in the danger zone so quickly from that one snare, but he did ultimately trade out pretty evenly with the Night Goblin War Boss, leaving just the River Troll Hag on the field, and Sartorial survived long enough for Regis to finish beating up on the rest of the Greenskin army that losing Sartorial was not a death sentence. He was very well prepared for his eventual demise. And, yeah, just crowd out all the remaining space, and that's a GG. That's a huge win. Very well played, and very well deserved, because Tzeentch is one of the hardest factions to play. They are incredibly micro-intensive, very army ability, very mediocre army abilities, but ones that they desperately need in order to provide them that extra bit of value that they often lack because of how expensive all their troops are. Magic dependent, ability dependent. And Regis optimized it throughout the entire tournament and won some really close games, and a couple of really dominant ones like he did here. Hats off, brother. Well done, and I think... yeah, we're going to call it. We've been going for a good long while, so... I'd love to do some more of the replays, but we're running out of time here. I'm proper gassed out now. We covered most of the replays, though. Depending on what's going on tomorrow with me, maybe I'll be able to do a couple more and cover one of the tournaments. Wow, there's a changeling game in here? No freaking way. Transforms into Oxyotl? What the hell? Oh, he's got a Skull of Catan caster with Final Transmutation. I really want to watch this game sometime, but I want to give it the due that it deserves. So we'll come back around for some of those. As it is, until then, you guys all take care. And I'll see you soon. And I'll probably play some more Menace as well. At some point. The Skaven Tzeentch game. Yeah, dude, I can tell. I imagine it's gotta be, because you're going for a wicked Lord Snipe combo. Oxyotl and the Skull of Catan. Transmutation. I mean, hit that on Ikit and game's over. Great games today, guys. Peace out.